o'clock straight up, and I would like to call the meeting of the Public Employees Benefits Program Board to order for December 5th, 2022. Staff, would you please call the roll?
Laura Freed.
Oh, wow. So we're like a 10-second lag on YouTube.
We're live on YouTube now.
You want me to start over?
Yes, Madam Chair, we're
All
live
right,
on YouTube.
great.
Please start over.
It's 9:00, 9:01. I'll call the PEB board meeting for December 5th, 2022 to order. Wendy, once again, would you like to take the roll?
Laura Freed.
Present.
Linda Fox.
Here.
Betsy Aiello. Jim Barnes.
Here.
April Karin.
Present.
Leslie Biddleston.
Present.
Jennifer McClendon.
Present.
Tom Verducci.
Here.
Janelle Woodward.
Here.
Michelle Kelly.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 2 is public comment. If there is any public comment in the room, I will take that first. Okay, seeing none, I think I'll hand it off to Tyler for online public comment. Thank you.
As a reminder, Zoom is used for public comment only. This meeting is streaming live on YouTube. If you wish to just listen to the board meeting agenda, or if you want to listen to just the board meeting, the YouTube link is located on the agenda. For those who have joined for public comment, your name or last 4 digits of the phone number will be announced, and you will be advised you have been unmuted. As a reminder for those on the phone, please press *6 to unmute. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record and proceed with your comments. Due to time considerations, each caller will be limited to 3 minutes. Well, Brooke Malith, you have permission to speak if you wish to make public comment.
Good morning. For both the PEB board and the members of the in the audience, you probably are aware that I, Brooke Malath, have been cautioning the PEB board to drop any sort of exclusionary language about servicing medically necessary procedures and treatments for transgender people over many, many years. I mean, this goes back almost 10 years that I've been cautioning. Mostly recently, the issues have been about coverage of medically necessary gender affirming procedures and coverage, the lack of which did result in a legal complaint through the Nevada Equal Rights Commission and the EEOC, and the PEB board having to end up covering facial feminization surgery and paying settlement costs, legal expenses out of pocket for $45,000. $45,000 of public money going to legal expenses that, or external legal expenses, I should say, for the plaintiff that did not go for any sort of true medical coverage. This is equal parts of sadness and infuriation. Still before us is the fact that there's a gatekeeping mechanism on the simple access for gender affirming medication, primarily hormone therapy. It is discriminatory at its very basis to have a behavioral health component to be able to access hormone therapy for transgender people than it is for cisgender people. As long as this is there in writing and in practice, this is a discriminatory action and can and will lead to legal actions that you'll end up on the losing side again. Please make this change. Remove that gatekeeping mental health diagnostic requirement. You know, it is against the law, both Nevada statute and federal statute. Save the money, make the changes. It's no harm off of you. Please stop the discrimination. With that, I'll close my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kent Irvin, you have been unmuted. Please unmute your mic if you wish to give public comment, and please slowly spell and state your name for the record.
This is Kent Irvin, Kentervin. I'm the state president of the Nevada Faculty Alliance, the independent association of faculty at NC colleges and universities. We work to empower our faculty members to be fully engaged in our mission to help students succeed. I have a couple of comments today, mainly first on the plan design discussion. The first 6 items in the plan design discussion indicate a savings of between 3.3 million and 5.1 million. That's a net savings to PEB and participants. And so all of those, you know, if the board finds at least the base services to be valuable, should be covered, and that provides extra funds to cover other things. The next item is raising the dental maximum. This is long overdue. The dental maximum has been stuck at one value for years, while actually decades, while the cost of dental services has gone up by a factor of 3 or more. And so the modest step of increasing the dental maximum to $2,000 for just $750,000 or so ought to be covered, and is well within the savings that are projected for items 1 through 6, even if those are inflated savings estimates. The next priorities of those savings should be to keep the premiums stable, at least at current levels, but preferably bring the premiums, the employee premiums, back down to pre-pandemic levels. And then of the options presented by staff to give out, to return excess reserves to the participants who earned them by way of higher premiums and lower benefits and higher out-of-pocket costs that were instituted during the pandemic, as well as possibly pandemic suppression of claims. It seems to us that the most fair way to do that is through the health reimbursement arrangement mechanism, because it is available to all of the participants in the self-funded plans, which created these excess reserves. And we're talking about the 9-point-some million in excess reserves that were generated as of last year, the end of the fiscal year, not the continuing ones that are being used over several years. But the HRA mechanism of giving this back is a way to give it back as soon as possible to the people who actually suffered. It's available to everyone in the self-funded plans. That would include active employees, except for the HMO, and retirees on the self-funded plans. And secondarily, the HRA, because it follows IRS rules, the funds would go to legitimate healthcare expenses of the needs of participants, not on what could be considered luxury items, which are included in the list of the other option, which is the lifestyle savings account. Also, the lifestyle savings account has extra administrative costs that you wouldn't have with the HRA. So I believe the preferred method of returning excess reserves, meaning excess charges, to participants is the HRA mechanism. Then finally, I want to comment on the employee survey. It's not a surprise that when you ask employees what features of the plan are most important personally to them, which was the question, that they list premiums and they list deductibles and out-of-pocket costs, because those are the things that the great majority of participants see. But PEB is an insurance program. The whole point is to pool assets.
Mr. Urban, I'm going to ask you to wrap your comments up, please.
Okay, so it's not a surprise that things that affect small numbers of people, like long-term disability insurance and chronic conditions, naturally get lower ratings when you ask the question that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Diane M., please unmute your microphone if you wish to make public comment. Diane will come back to you afterwards. Will the caller, John ST46, please unmute your mic if you wish to make public comment. Julie K., please unmute your mic if you wish to make a public comment. You have permission to speak. Stephen H., please unmute your mic. You have permission to speak if you wish to make a public comment. Brenda Peters, you have permission to speak. Please unmute your mic if you wish to make public comment. Just as a reminder, there will be a second public comment at the ending of the board meeting for those who had technical issues and still wish to make public comment. Madam Chair, that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. Took the words right out of my mouth. There will be a second public comment at the end of the business agenda. Okay, agenda item 3, PEB board disclosures for any applicable board meeting agenda items. I'll throw it to the Deputy Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. This agenda item is to allow me to make a disclosure regarding conflicts of interest on behalf of the board members who are eligible for PEB benefits. Pursuant to NRS 281A.420, on behalf of the board members who are eligible for PEB benefits or whose families are eligible for PEB benefits, I offer this disclosure that they will be voting on those items that may affect the benefits available to them or their family members. The law does not require abstention from voting merely because the board member or their family member is eligible for PEB benefits. At this time, I invite any member of the board who has any additional disclosure to make it now. Thank you.
Okay, hearing none, I will move on to agenda item 4. It's the consent agenda, smaller than our usual consent agenda, actually. Board members, does anybody want to pull the action minutes from September 29th or the claim technologies audit of HealthScope from July 21 through June 30th, 22?
Tom Verducci for the record.
Mhm.
Is the section 4.2 going to be covered in the separate agenda item number 6?
So agenda item 6 is CTI's audit of HealthScope for April 1 of 22 to June 30th of 22. So there's a little bit of overlap, but not a lot of overlap there.
So,
And this is the health, 4.2 is the HRA. So I'm assuming they are in fact different audits.
okay. Thank you. I'm not going to pull either
All right.
one of those items.
Okay. So since nobody wants to pull 4.1 or 4.2, I will accept a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
This is
So
Leslie Biddleston, so moved.
Okay, and thank you. So we have a motion from member Biddleston, a second from member Kelly. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks. Okay, moving on to the executive officer report, which is an informational item.
Good morning, Laura Rich for the record. The executive officer report, there's just a few staffing updates and things about just operational updates here. First of all, staffing update. Our levels continue to fluctuate. MSU, Member Services Unit, that's where turnover is the most frequent. It is also the most impactful to members because you've got that group of people who are answering the phones and answering questions when members do call in. Inquiries relating to eligibility and things like that. They're also directing them to the right vendors for any kind of claims information. So the staffing shortages really do affect our ability to provide accurate and thorough customer service to members. Right now, our vacancy rate is about 27%. That's pretty much in line with, I think, the rest of the state right now. It's up and down depending on the day, but it's very challenging. I know that I've had, some of the advocacy groups reach out to me, and typically we have done a lot of, we address their questions, we address their issues that they bring to us on a case-by-case basis. And so we do provide that concierge level service to some of those advocacy groups. I've had to just cut that off. Unfortunately, we can't keep up with, everyone's got to go through the same channel. Unfortunately, we just don't have the manpower. We've got a lot going on with not a lot of manpower. And so I apologize for that. I know that those that, I have had those conversations with understand, but it's what we're dealing with right now. And until these staffing challenges can be addressed on a state level, I don't see this changing much, but I know internally staff is working really, really hard and doing their best to keep up with the workload and, doing their best to train new staff and bring on as many new people as we can. But it is definitely impacting not just at PEB, but at every level of state government, our ability to meet our mission. Office move update. So we are continuing to make progress towards I do have an update on this one, not so much February 1st. I know that was very optimistic. February 1st potential move date. That's now at the earliest, sometime in the middle of February. Okay. There's some supply chain issues, labor shortages, things like that. We we need to, get a lot of things in place before we can actually move in. IT is the main one. And without having the ability to have internet connections, we cannot get into that building. So there's a lot of things going on there, but we do anticipate that the lease agreement is going to be considered at the Board of Examiners meeting in January. Crossing my fingers, that's still not 100%, but we're moving towards that. Once we get BOE approval, then that actual move date will be very dependent on that IT equipment installation and vendor availability and things like that. So we are optimistic that we will be moving sometime soon and that it won't be very disruptive in terms of, legislative session and things like that starting. I have said that if this does not happen by March, it won't happen. By the month of March, it won't happen because not until after the summer because of open enrollment and things like that. Budget update. So the impact of the November election on the budget is yet to be determined. We don't know much of anything yet. There's a transition team that has been put in place. But as far as the details around that, we don't know. But really nothing changes. The timeline to deliver the governor's recommended budget doesn't change, and agency budgets will likely be the first thing on the priorities of the new administration. So we will continue to advocate on behalf of its members as we work with this new administration and the transition team. Just a quick update on the Interim Retirement and Benefits Committee. That's IRBC. It has been scheduled for December 14th at 10 a.m. with PEB presenting first on the agenda. So we will be down in Vegas presenting at that committee meeting. NRS 287.0425 is basically the series of reports that are required statutorily for PEB to present. Really, it's nothing new to this group of folks. It's all Plan Year 22 related things that we're presenting. Although in the last couple of years, what I've done and I think has been very helpful is after, which is usually the November board meeting, but it's a December 5th board meeting today. I will put together a quick report and provide it as an addendum to the IRBC, just so that that committee is aware of what is going on and has the ability to weigh in on matters, on PEB matters, in a proactive way rather than a reactive way. Again, legislative reminder, I just wanted to remind the group that we are going to be scheduling more interim meetings in addition to our normal board meetings during legislative session. This is really when we're going to bring up legislation that affects PEB, and it gives the PEB board the ability to weigh in on this legislation. We still don't have there's no language out there, but we are, I can't remember what the number is now, but we are well over 100 in BDRs bill draft requests that we are tracking as of right now. So I'm hoping that dwindles once the language comes out, but I have a feeling that this legislative session is going to be very, very busy for anybody in the healthcare arena. So we will begin scheduling those meetings shortly, probably, in the month of January, and just getting something on the calendar. Hopefully those meetings are short and sweet, but depending on how much legislation is out there, we may be meeting a lot more in the next 6 months. So I will stop there for any questions.
Tom Verducci for the record. I wanted to thank the PEB staff for all the work that you're doing and the participants for being patient. I know that whenever I've been behind in what I'm doing. It's a very difficult task and, certainly goes appreciated. I did have a question. I noticed that the budget was not in this report. It's usually in the utilization report. And just wondering how we're doing with the cash differential and why perhaps that report did not show up in the
Okay.
utilization.
Laura Rich for the record. So that report is generally in the quarterly reports. And so you'll see that report in January. I will warn that any of the budget related items, especially early on in the year, it's premature, right? So right now, we're getting into now, we're almost into 6 months of the plan year. You're not going to see 6 months of reporting. You're only going to see probably 3 or 4. So that is, members are still picking up most of the portion, right? Because they're still picking up the deductibles and the out-of-pocket expenses, for those first few months. And so you don't see a lot of the impact the first few months of the plan. You're seeing it later on. So, and that's actually, Tom, why we discuss that differential cash in September, because it allows the plan to run out claims, and we'll have the ability to get a better grasp of where things are.
Thank you very much.
Member Kelly, did you have a question on the, oh, okay. Well, okay. If nobody has any questions about the executive officer report, we will move on to agenda item 6. Claim Technologies audit for HealthScope for April 22 through June 22, the last quarter of this last fiscal year.
CTI.
Okay, so CTI is on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to make sure, can you hear me?
Very faintly.
Okay, let me try and turn that up. Is that better?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay,
We'll all
sorry.
keep very quiet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. For the record, my name is Joni, Joni, Amato, Amato. I'd like to direct you to page 3 of the report, the executive summary section that's in your packet. The scope of the audit of HealthScope benefits included claims processed during the period of April 1, 2022 through June 30th of 2022. The audit included medical, dental, and health reimbursement arrangement claims processed by HealthScope. The medical and dental paid claims totaled approximately $53 million and 189,000 claims. And for the HRA segment, there were 8,500 claims with a total paid amount of approximately $835,000. The audit included the following 4 components: an operational review and performance guarantee validation. And I should note the operational review encompassed the entire 2022 fiscal year. And 100% electronic screening of targeted samples, which also included eligibility screening for the entire 2022 fiscal year. A statistically valid stratified random sample audit, and finally, data analytics. In our auditor's opinion, HealthScope's financial accuracy and payment accuracy decreased in the 4th quarter audit from prior audit periods. While the payment accuracy performance guarantee was met, the financial accuracy performance guarantee of 99% was not met. This results in a penalty of 2.5% of the administrative fees, or $28,267.93. While we understand the administration has now moved over to UMR, we still recommend reviewing the financial errors identified in the random sample audit to ensure that the root causes have been identified and those issues don't carry over into UMR's claim administration. In a similar fashion, we recommend review of the electronic screening and targeted sample results to focus on the most material categories identified. And this includes the eligibility screening results as well. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Board members, do you have questions for Ms. Amato? Okay, seeing none, Health Scope folks, would you like to testify in response to the audit findings?
Good morning, board members. This is Rhonda Huckabee with UMR, formerly Healthscope Benefits. And in our response to the claims technology audit for the fourth quarter of plan year 2022, they identified three errors, which were manual errors made by analysts. As with each audit, we have education, continuing education with the analyst. We go over the claim system to look to see if there's any coding that we need to redo or any edits that need to be modified. But yes, we do agree with the three errors that CTI did identify in this audit.
I'm having trouble with my mic. Mr. Verducci, comment or question?
Yes, Tom Verducci for the record. So it looks like there's a penalty of $28,267. And I'm looking at the not met 98.92%. It almost appears it was just a nanosecond. Seems like a stiff penalty for the guarantee being so close. And it's almost like they made it. And I don't know. I just have a little bit of a hard time with that one because it's so darn close. And that's just my comment there.
Thank you. Member Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Michelle Kelly for the record. I'm just wondering, so Healthscope disagrees. I guess, how does your disagreement impact that accuracy percentage? Has anyone kind of relooked at that? Did CIT look at that? Did Healthscope recalculate it?
Sorry, this is Rhonda Huckabee with UMR again. So the original findings, we did disagree, and we met with CTI and PEB and went back through the things that they identified, and they recalculated that percentage. So we agreed to the three items addressed on page 14.
Okay. So you do agree that
Yes.
that you failed kind of that particular metric.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You guys are quiet this morning. What's going on? All right, then. So the action before us is to accept this audit, including the penalties. And I would accept a motion to accept the findings of the audit and Healthscope's response and the penalties assessed for.
Michelle Kelly for the record, I so move.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Abel Karn for the record, I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 7. It's the biennial compliance report.
So Laura Rich for the record. NRS 287.0425 requires PEB to conduct a biennial review of the program to determine whether our program is in compliance with federal and state laws relating to taxes and employee benefits. The review must be conducted by an attorney who specializes in employee benefits. So PEB enlisted our consulting services of Siegel and their legal counsel to perform a very thorough review and assessment of the PEB program. So today with us, we have the two representatives from Siegel, Richard Ward and Amy Dunn, who I believe Amy will be presenting the findings, and after she is done presenting the findings, then I'll kind of go through and talk about the PEP response to each one. So Amy, go for it.
Good morning. Good morning. For having me again. My name is Amy Dunn with Siegel, and it was a pleasure to really review the documents and to interview the staff as well for PEB to look through a variety of federal and state statutes. And in your documentation, we have provided our compliance report, but I want to go ahead and give you a high level of our findings today. Generally speaking, I would say that they are in an area of 5 different component areas of what we've seen. First, we have seen some opportunities for the PEB staff to update the master plan documents with appropriate language. And that could be anywhere from for example, tweaking certain things, refining certain levels of language, just to clarify certain things again throughout the entire documentation as we see. The second area of what we see too is the ongoing and upcoming requirements under the Federal No Surprises Act and transparency laws. And these are things that, as we notice that we're learning throughout the law, things that are coming up into the next plan year, into your plan year 2024, with items, for example, of notifying individuals, giving individuals the opportunities to access tools to understand what prices are out there for costs of healthcare. That is also coming up as well. We also find that there's an area of opportunity for non-discrimination testing of the welfare plans, and generally under the Internal Revenue Code and the regulations that they require certain welfare benefits to be provided on a non-discriminatory basis and provide tests to assure that the plans do not discriminate in favor of highly compensated or certain key employees. And certain plans that must be tested, for example, include Section 125 plans, your flexible spending accounts, including your dependent care spending account, and so on. And there are certain things that are required with those tests. They look at, for example, some of the tests look at your eligibility. Some of the tests look at your benefits and contributions. For example, what is to be considered when benefits are offered. As well as utilization and who contemplates, which is looking at who's actually using these benefits. And so that I think is an area of which PEB to explore non-discrimination testing of those plans. The fourth area, which I would say is really an area that has evolved more recently, and that is in the Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act of 2008. And generally this law requires parity between medical and surgical benefits, as well as mental health and substance use disorder benefits. And under this law, plans are required to comply with parity with respect to both financial and quantitative treatment limitations that are known as QTLs. For example, your co-payments, co-insurance, day or visit limits, as well as non-quantitative treatment limitations, or NQTLs. And that ranges, for example, things like medical management techniques such as prior authorization, network admission standards, and fail first policies. Well, this was back again in 2008. Fast forward to that Congress actually amended this law through the Consolidation Appropriations Act, and that was signed into law in December of 2020. And the strengthening parity in mental health and substance use disorder benefits provisions, it amended this law. It requires group health plans to perform and document comparative analysis and the design and the application of the non-quantitative treatment limitations. And this was actually, it is required, it went into effect in February of 2021. So that would be our first finding, is to perform these analysis. Part 2 of this actually to bring to your attention is that self-funded non-governmental plans are permitted to elect an exemption or an opt-out from certain provisions of federal law, including the mental health parity provisions. And so PEB should determine if it will elect to follow the federal opt-out and determine its plan for performing the QTL and NQTL analysis. And the fifth area of which we would say is called accepted benefits, specifically under your dental program. It is our understanding that the self-funded PPO dental plan is integrated really with the medical plan. And part of that is really considered, the dental program is really part of the medical plan, so much that accepted benefits are exempt from certain provisions of the Affordable Care Act, including certain market reforms, specifically restrictions on annual dollar limits. And to give you a discussion of this, for self-funded benefits, limited scope dental benefits qualify as accepted benefits if they are not an integral part of the group health plan. And part of that means that, for example, participants can decline coverage, that your claims for benefits are administered under a contract separate from the claims administrator. Here, participants are not charged a separate contribution for the coverage. Participants cannot opt out of dental coverage after electing medical coverage. And that they're both the medical and dental benefits are both administered by the same administrator, UMR. So we believe that the dental PPO benefit is not considered an accepted benefit. With that said, essential health benefits under the Affordable Care Act, there is a set of 10 categories of services for health insurance that must be covered under the Affordable Care Act. And one of those is actually considered pediatric dental services. Well, under the Affordable Care Act, plans cannot have an annual or lifetime maximum on essential health benefits. And so for your dental program, there is, for pediatric dental, across the board, that there is a lifetime max, or excuse me, an annual maximum of $1,500. And so we wanted to bring that to your attention because then there are some options for how to comply with the Affordable Care Act, either to, for example, give the individuals the opportunity to opt out of the dental program, looking at the contract with your administrator, or in turn, removing the annual limit for pediatric dental services up to age 19, that annual $1,500 maximum for that benefit level. So I wanted to then turn that back over. Those are, I think, the key level of findings for you, and I can just turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Perfect. So first of all, I'd like to thank Amy and her team. This was a really good education experience for all of us, I think, and it allowed Siegel to better understand our plan and what we do as our new consultants. But it also was an education piece for staff as well. So I'm very thankful for that. This is also the first piece, just to remind the board that this is the first piece of the compliance review. This is where we're looking at specifically the federal and state laws, but we are in January expecting to bring back a lot more of the clinical side of things as well. So we're in the middle of that. So our response to a few of these, there's two big ones here, I think, that Amy touched on, which is the mental health piece and the accepted benefits piece. So the first one I'd like to just touch on is the Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act. We do accept this finding, and we do need to make some decisions as to what path we want to take moving forward in order to get into compliance and be in compliance with this act. As Amy mentioned, there are some requirements that were added in 2021 that PEB has not taken the steps to, federal requirements, the reporting and the analysis and those pieces. Now we do have some considerations moving forward. So we can, as a self-funded program, we have the ability to opt out. And this allows the program we can still continue following the spirit of the law, right? So we can still offer what this is intended to offer, and that's the parity. But by opting out, we then reduce that our risk to federal audits and everything that comes with that piece, right? So we can continue to follow the spirit of the law, and we can even do all of the analysis and testing and things like that that is required to meet the requirements. But by opting out, we would then eliminate that risk. The other piece, the other option that we have is to continue by default. If you don't opt out, you opt in. So PEB will have to complete, and you can see on page 2 there, you can see the four requirements to get back into compliance, right? So there's going to be some work that's associated with that. We'll definitely need to look at our contracts to see if we need some amendments to the contract so that we have vendors that can perform a lot of this analysis. But that is, so I want to stop there because I think that this is a piece that we probably need to discuss as the board.
Betsy, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Betsy Aiello, and I have a question. So what I think I'm hearing is that we are pretty much in compliance with that Parity Act that came in 2008, but the part that we aren't in compliance with is the 2021 analysis and reporting. Or is it because we haven't done the analysis, we're not sure where we are with the 2008?
I'll take that. Yes, I would agree. I would agree on the latter part of more of what you just said. I believe the testing would need to be done in order to make that evaluation.
This is Laura Fried. I just have a question for my own understanding. What does it look like to report to the feds on quantitative treatment limitations as opposed to non-quantitative treatment limitations?
And I'm also going to ask if on the phone is Elena Lynette from Siegel on the phone as well. She is also part of my team. She is called in, I believe, and may be able to also answer that question as well or share some information as well.
Amy, what was their name again?
Elena Lynette. Do you see her on the phone?
I do not.
I'm not seeing her on the Zoom,
She might
but
have
it's,
called
I
in.
mean,
But it's at a high level. I can.
okay,
Okay, I was going to say.
go ahead.
The quantitative limitations is looking more along the lines for things that are actually, if you will, numbers driven, co-payments, the actual dollar like type limits. The other pieces of this are the non-quantitatives are more, if you will, in the design, in the language of it, in medical management, in looking at things that might be considered actually more written in nature versus the actual numbers in nature, if that makes sense.
Richard Ward with Siegel. An example of the non-quantitative would be, for example, prior auths or just requirements necessary to access treatment, as opposed to the harder dollar deductibles, copays kind of components.
Okay, thank you. Member Kelly, please.
So what does an audit look like and how often are the IRS DOL conducting these audits? Have they started? Is there a whole team?
Yes, they are. In fact, they, I wish if later on we could actually share some more information with you about that. But yes, they are underway for looking at that information specifically for looking in that focus of the non-quantitative treatment limitations. There are certain things that they are looking for. There is more information too that are there are tools that are that are available on the government website, self-compliance types of tools of different types of things that they are looking for as well. But yes, they are underway.
And to supplement that, I'm sorry,
No,
Richard Ward with Siegel. They can be very extensive and invasive and take up a substantial amount of staff time. And over a prolonged period of time, we have a handful of clients that have been audited or in the midst of an audit. And sometimes the experience is the audit team will make a request. The plan staff will respond to that request, but that's not the only request. There's not a clear path to conclusion with some of these audits. and they can stretch out over months and require a substantial amount of staff time to satisfy the auditors.
Member Aiello has a
So
follow-up.
this is Betsy again. And so my understanding is any entity can comply with it, however, without having to submit to the audit, a self-funded plan. You can opt out of the audit portion if you're self-funded and determine philosophically you want to comply with it. Do you know why, and maybe not without reading the congressional background or why self-funded plans have the ability to opt out versus other plans? What the philosophy behind that the self-funded wouldn't need to have these audits?
Hi, this is Amy Dunn. To be clear, it's sponsors of self-funded non-federal governmental plans, to be clear. So it's not all self-funded plans, just to make that clarification. Okay, that's the only one. So self-funded plans in general do not have this ability. It is just for the non-federal governmental plans that have that option. Why that is, and for that history, we would have to see to look into that for you. I'm not aware of what that is.
This is Richard Ward with Siegel. I can comment that this law and its predecessors has a history of providing exceptions for compliance. The original mental health parity law in the 90s had a provision that if compliance increased costs for a plan by more than 1% of total costs, then you could opt out. So that's no longer the case here with this current law, but I'm just commenting that there's been a precedent or a history of there being opportunities for, under special cases, for plan sponsors to opt out.
Okay. And this is Betsy again, just responding back and forth. And I'm just thinking out loud as I'm hearing these things, which maybe could be dangerous, who knows? But my thought might be just based on the size of plans, maybe that's where they're coming from, because it sounds like you say this audit process could be quite extensive and take a lot of staff time just during an audit, not actually the money that it would cost to do staff time to complete this audit with entities versus the use of funds for actual care.
Member Biddleston, you had a question.
Leslie Biddleston, for the record, I want to thank both of you from Siegel for that high-level overview. I think I learned something today as well. So thank you very much. My question is more specific about dental. What would it look like to opt out of dental? And I guess I'm just trying to piece it together. Would it, could somebody opt out of medical and opt in of with dental? Is it just going to be a separate plan or service that has its own premium? I guess I'm just trying to figure out what that looks like. If you can opt out, can you opt out of medical? What really does that look like? Dang it. Disregard until later.
It's good practice.
Laura Rich, for the record, I actually do have one question that maybe would help, and maybe you don't have this information, but are there any, can you give us an idea of penalties or anything of that comes out of this audit if we were to continue to opt in? What kind of penalties do we look at as a group planner? What kind of risks are we at risk for?
And some of the information is also in section 3 of this of the report. In general, I think we could ultimately get you some further information about that as well.
Member Kelly.
Michelle Kelly, for the record. I'm just wondering what's involved in opting out for the mental health parity piece.
Hi, this is Amy Dunn with Siegel. That's also located in section 3. There is a process, a prospective process to file. There's also a notice requirement to participants as well.
And this is Richard Ward, may I supplement that? When plan sponsors opt out, it becomes part of, it's publicly available information. So there's a list that the federal government maintains that is available to the public online of plan sponsors that opt out.
Interesting. A follow-up question, I guess, for staff. So I feel like this is really helpful, but because there's been no testing done of the Mental Health Parity Act, we don't really know where we sit. And I guess I feel like we need more information before making a decision to opt in or out, to understand how the plan is functioning right now, right? As opposed to making a decision without that information. But I don't know how other people feel.
So Laura Rich, for the record, we can still do that analysis. We can opt out and do the analysis. And if it turns out that we are, not, that there's areas that need improvement, we can make those improvements. We're just not subject to the federal audits and things like that. And so we can still comply with the law without having to opt into it. We can opt out. So we can still be in compliance and do all of the testing that needs to happen to ensure and to prove that the plan is in compliance, but we just eliminate the federal piece of it.
Just a follow-up then, Executive Officer Rich. So I guess my concern with that strategy, firstly, is have you taken a look at the requirements to opt out? And I wonder, my first part of the question is, how long will that take? My second question is really just to verbalize a fear, that is, we opt out and then all urgency goes. And because it costs money and staff time, we don't actually do any of the testing, even though potentially the committee would like to see it. And so I as I say, I'm wondering if you've investigated that, but then how do you respond to kind of that fear that there's always things come up, right? There's never time. So how will we guarantee that we actually get the testing done?
And that's a good point, Laura Rich, for the record. And that's why this is agendized the way it is. It gives the board the opportunity to spell out, we want to opt out, but at the same time, we want staff to do X, Y, Z to ensure that we, to come back at a later time, to come back with this information and analysis to ensure that we are in compliance, even though we're opting out. So it gives the board that ability to, to do that moving forward. So.
This is Laura Fried. I have a follow-up on the process. So for sort of a follow-up to Member Kelly's. So we have to file with CMS before the first day of the plan year. Okay. And it looks like we have to re-up every year with the feds. Okay, great. Okay. But I do not, to your question, Member Kelly, I do not see any estimate of how long it might take CMS to opine on such an opt-out request. Okay. So feels like everybody on the board has exhausted their questions. Am I right about that? Oh, nope. Member Aiello.
Sorry, I was wondering, and maybe this is not for Siegel, or maybe if we follow up and say we want to do the testing, which you should do either way, whether you opt in or opt out, you need to test, because you're either going to get audited to see if you comply, or you aren't going to get audited. But if you have the spirit that you want to comply, you need to do the testing. Do we know actually what that testing takes? Is it something staff can do? Does it require an outside audit? Do we know the amount of costs? Have we got any idea? Because in my mind, the testing has to be done either way, but are we prepared to sort of a follow-up to yours?
Laura Rich, for the record, I'm going to be honest, staff, with the staffing challenges that we have a lot going on to begin with. So, I'm just going to be honest that adding this layer of work is not ideal. It doesn't mean that it's still something I think mental health is going to be and will continue to be a subject of focus. I think it's in our best interest to go down this path anyway. So it's crossing my fingers that the staffing challenges will eventually improve. But yes, it's something, I mean, it's definitely going to take not just on staff, but on our vendors. Like I said, we will have to go through, and we actually just got this finalized report not very long ago. So we haven't had the opportunity to dive into what exactly all of the details are as to, to meeting those requirements, but we will definitely have to enlist the help of vendors, which may or may not require, depending on the degree of analysis that needs to be done. We may have to amend a contract and add authority to that contract, et cetera, et cetera. So it's something that we do have to spend some time on figuring out what exactly this entails. But in my opinion, I think it's something we need to do regardless.
Member Kelly here, just one additional question for Siegel, sorry. Can the audits, can they be retroactive? So if we opted out for the next plan year, can they still come in and look at all the years we didn't opt out? And or can we opt out for all of those previous years?
My understanding, hi, this is Amy Dunn. My understanding is the opt-out is prospective. But the going backward to do previous years to try to opt out is, my understanding is no, you cannot do that. And can they look at previous years? My understanding is yes.
Thank you. No, it just fills me with a little bit of nervousness. That's fine. Okay, friends. I think I'll do the easy one first. Nobody seemed to have any heartburn with eliminating the annual maximum for pediatric dental. So I'll. What? Oh, well, I'm sorry. This is where I guess I turn it over to Member Biddleston, who wanted to talk about pediatric dental. And you need it. You're assuming we haven't read our books, ma'am. Okay, I'll stop now.
Okay, so on the Laura Rich, for the record, on the accepted benefit for dental. So again, we do accept this finding. I am going to put it on the record that this was actually a finding back in an earlier compliance audit in like 2015, I think, or maybe 2017. I went back and did some research myself on this to see why PEB never took any action. I actually did some email searches, and I don't know. I don't have any answers as to why this was not. No action was taken, but it looks like we need to take action moving forward. As the Siegel representatives said, we are in a position to where our, because our dental is bundled into our medical program and our medical benefit, it doesn't qualify as an accepted benefit. And when I say accepted benefit, it's an exception to those ACA essential health benefits. And so we've got a few choices here. We can unbundle the dental by allowing members to opt out of the dental coverage. And so this makes we're unbundling it. We are now making it an accepted benefit. It's an exception to those ACA requirements. To do this, there's going to be a heavy lift. We have to do this by the beginning of the plan year. This means that we've got our enrollment and eligibility system would have to be updated to ensure that that members have the ability to opt in or out. We would have to make decisions. Is it a default opt-in? Is it a default opt-out? We would have to communicate that to members. Premiums would have to be different, right? You'd have to split those premiums out. Long story short, this is not the ideal plan of action. Not right now. It's a lot of work with not a lot of time, and it creates a lot of confusion. The next one is to also create an accepted benefit by administratively unbundling the dental through on a contractual basis. So this is by, right now we've got UMR who is processing the dental and medical claims. So what we do here is we would split them out and we'd have a different TPA process the dental claims. And this creates, again, the accepted benefit, which provides us the ability to, to not have those, the 10 essential health benefits and that dental, pediatric dental being a piece of that. Again, we'd have to go out to RFP. We would, no one can say that louder than a lot of people in this room here. We would have, we'd have to go out to RFP. We would then have to communicate this change to members as well. We'd have a new claims administrator. Again, it creates confusion for members, disruption, not ideal. The third one is basically to comply by these ACA required pediatric dental essential health benefit. And the way we do that is to eliminate the dental annual maximum for children under the age of 19. This is not very expensive. It's about a $40,000 a year cost. The projection is about a $40,000 a year cost. And then it's an enhancement of benefits for children under 18 or under 19. And then we will be in compliance with the ACA, and we don't have to create that disruption of any kind of member disruption. So that's the PEB recommendation. So I'll stop there.
Michelle Kelly for the record. So Executive Officer Rich, I just wanted to clarify though. So we can remove the maximum for children under age of 19, but the covered services are okay. And so the plan already excludes orthodontia. So it's really just more of the regular dental that they're already getting. Is that?
That is correct.
Leslie Biddleston for the record. So my apologies for skipping ahead. That answered a lot of my questions. Just kind of to wrap my head around this, I agree that we do need to eliminate the maximum for pediatric dental to be in compliance. But looking at dental in the long term, is that something that PEB or the PEB staff recommends, not maybe for this plan year, but is that something more on a long-term basis that we think we need to look at?
Laura Rich, for the record, I assume you mean unbundling the dental. Yes. We did actually consider that, what was it, a couple years ago, right? During the, when we were looking at cost savings. We did look at that. It's something that we can consider moving forward. I think that if we do consider that, we probably need to have a longer runway. Right now, we would be rushing things. And then also I think we need to have justification as to why. Does it make sense? Is this something that members would want? Because does it create more confusion or does it create more choice? Maybe a little bit of both. We already have situations now where we've got the default rule. If a new employee is hired and takes no action, they're automatically defaulted into the plan, into the high deductible plan. And we have a lot of problems with that already, where people don't understand that they have to take action. And once they're in the plan, they're stuck in the plan for the year. And so now if we're also doing this with dental and you're unbundling it, and now there's another, default where, do you default into dental or out of dental? And it just, it's a lot of confusion. And right now PEB has gone through a lot of change, and you'll hear me talk about it a little bit in the survey report, but there's been a lot of change. Members and employees really just want consistency right now. And I think that it's probably something we need to table, at least for the time being.
This is Betsy, and I just have a little bit of a question. As a Medicare PEB enrollee, I have an option to take dental alone. So dental, in some sense or some process within PEB, is an unbundled service somehow. It may run through the medical processing engine. I don't know, but I'm not sure how that plays together, because that is just, you can or you can't with dental alone.
That is correct. Medicare retirees do have the ability to purchase dental. But I would argue that children under 19 are going to fall under the Medicare retiree category.
No, I just mean there's a process somewhere within PEB where dental is separated. I wasn't thinking that, but just there's some process built into our program already.
Member Kelly.
Thanks for the record, Michelle Kelly. So I just wanted to put on record, I'm supportive of removing the pediatric maximum. And I just wanted to make a comment that I do think that we really need to have a detailed conversation about the unbundling, because what I think we do know through research is that dental really does impact medical down the line. And I think that's historically why PEB's always bundled it, because there's so many positive medical outcomes that are connected with good dental health. So I'd want to really have a good conversation about that. Thank you.
Okay. With that, now I'll go back.
Do the rest and then.
Do I?
I have, there's other findings. Okay, so we went through the two big ones. I just wanted to touch on some of the other findings before we get to the actual recommendation and vote. You heard about non-discrimination testing. PEB does accept this finding. We will be taking the appropriate action to ensure this is completed. There's a lot of suggestions here on MPDs. Like I said before, language in the MPDs and things that are coverage specific to clinical. We're going through that, and that should be presented in January. So a lot of these findings are actually in the works already. The summary of benefits and coverage language, we've incorporated that language. Preventive care, same thing. We are going to be bringing those changes in January. Provider non-discrimination. This is something that PEB will need to work with our vendor partners to incorporate those, also the suggested changes. The notice of right to continue care. This is something that we will have to work very closely with UMR on, because while there's already a process in place, there is an NRS today that addresses this. The requirement is a little bit different, because today that request relies on the member triggering that, whereas this new requirement is really PEB proactively identifying members that meet that criteria. So we will be working with UMR on that. No Surprises Act. We're actively working again with our partners to make those suggested changes in the MPD. There's a group health plan transparency rule, which I'm sure that's gotten a lot of attention in the industry. Again, we'll work with UMR to ensure those self-service tools offered through the member portal meet the requirements. Qualified medical child support order, same thing. We're incorporating those changes. There's dependent care FSA and the coordination with health FSA as well, and the sickle cell anemia. Again, all of those things will come. You'll see those things in at the January board meeting. So with that, those were the findings. I will have to say, with the craziness of the last 3 years and all of the new laws and rules and requirements that especially the feds have put out recently, the No Surprises Act, and trying to keep up with all of that, I'm pretty pleased with the results of this compliance review. I would have expected maybe even more things to fall through the cracks based on, the craziness of the last 3 years. So I'm pretty proud that we've kept up with a lot of the requirements and a lot of the changes despite the challenges. So with that, the recommendation you've heard, the two that we need to discuss and decide are on the mental health parity and the accepted benefit for dental.
All right. This is Laura Freed. I'll do them into pieces so that we can have a little bit of discussion about the Mental Health Parity Act. So I will accept a motion to eliminate the annual maximum for pediatric dental for children under 19.
This is Betsy. I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
This is Leslie. I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Cool. For the low price of $40,000 per plan year. All right, now, the MHPAEA. What is the sense of the board? I mean, I've heard don't opt out. I've heard opt out, but continue doing the analysis. How are you all feeling?
May I ask a question?
For the record?
Oh, sorry, Laura, go ahead.
Who's going first? Linda Fox.
Linda Fox, please go ahead.
Sorry.
I think we should opt out simply because I'm afraid of committing to something we can't keep up with. We know we're short-staffed, and we know we can at least attempt to do the same work without the commitment to the federal audits. So that's my first choice.
This is Jennifer McClendon for the record. I agree with Linda, but I also think that it would be helpful for me to understand if you have any fears about the optics of this. I guess we're in a state that has one of the most significant some of the most significant challenges around both substance abuse and mental health. And now it looks potentially like we're saying state employees, well, we're not totally committed to parity in this area. I don't know. While I understand in this room, I think we all understand how and why we would make that decision. Do you have concerns about moving forward? Is there anything the board can do to help support you and the team?
Laura Rich, for the record, yes, there's obviously the optics of opting out, which we discussed early on in these conversations. There could be an optics problem, and that's why I think that we need to take those proper steps to at least do everything that we would normally be doing in order to opt in. It's just removing that layer of federal oversight that we want to avoid if we can. But I do believe that we need to focus on maintaining compliance regardless.
Michelle Kelly for the record. So Executive Officer Rich, if we were going to make a motion and include the requirement that we still go ahead and do this testing, how long do you expect the timeline for these testing, both qualitative and quantitative, would actually take before you could bring it back to the board?
Laura Rich, for the record, I'm going to defer that maybe to Amy Dunn to see if maybe she has got an idea of how long this type of analysis and research takes.
I can defer this to Richard Ward if you would like.
Hi, Richard Ward with Siegel. Generally, these take about 6 months. And it can vary depending on the complexity of the plan. You have an HSA qualified plan in addition to more conventional plans, and then the both insured HMO. And so there's a number of plans to review.
Thank you for that. So just a follow up then, I guess, do we actually have to do that testing for the fully insured products, or are they doing their own testing on their fully insured products, even though it's our plan design?
I don't want to speak on behalf, Laura Rich, for the record, I don't want to speak on behalf of the fully insured plans, but I would assume that they are doing their own testing, but I will verify that. And I'm getting a nod out there, so it looks like yes.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify, we only need to do the PPO plans, both high and low. Okay, thank you.
And the EPO as well.
Member Kelly, I feel like you're on the verge of making a motion.
Yeah, I think I'm comfortable making a motion that directing staff to move forward with the opt-out process.
Okay.
And then, but also directing that we would like to have the both qualitative and quantitative testing done on the self-insured plans, with results brought back to the board, within 9 months.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second for that motion?
This is Leslie. I'll second.
Okay, great. You've heard the motion. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks. All right. So I think we'll take about a 10-minute break before we go to agenda item 8, so everybody can get up and stretch.
Themselves. Yeah, everyone. Well, and also I think people pointing at each other, but unfortunately, we all humans and everyone goes, yeah, why in the class are really. Yeah.
Okay, I will call the meeting back to order again, and it's 10:32. And with that, we'll go to agenda item 8, which is dental master plan changes.
All right, Laura Rich for the record. So this is the first of many different master plan document changes that we plan on bringing to the board. There will potentially be more, but these are recommendations that we can make in the middle of the plan year, and that we are able to bring to the board for basically their processing and operational type changes, not benefit coverage changes. So when PEB onboarded to UMR, the new third-party administrator, PEB plan rules were applied as written in the MPD. But we'd had HealthScope for many, many, many years. And so, you know, in practice, things change. When there's discrepancies, when there's vague language, we would have HealthScope call and say, you know, what is the intent here, PEB? How do you want to cover this? But when we moved to a new plan or a new third-party administrator, they applied the plan rules as they should, as they were written. So some of the plan rules that we had in here were vague. The interpretations between what HealthScope benefits had and what UMR had interpreted as were different. And additionally, CTI being a new auditor as well, this has been the subject of many questions and clarification, during those audits. This has also been the subject of provider complaints, because when we switched over from HealthScope benefits to UMR, things changed. And so providers started asking, well, why are you doing this versus what you were doing before? So as a result, PEB, CTI, and UMR staff all reviewed the MPD in depth to identify areas that could be improved immediately without any impact to coverage or benefits, and also avoiding a special open enrollment period. So the report proposes plan language changes to the dental master plan document, really for clarity in the current plan year and then moving forward. So I'm going to go through just some of the changes here. You can look at, we've attached attachment B. There's the actual language and the sections where this is affecting. On page 13, the basic services explanation and limitations section, really the language in the plan document needed to be clarified for oral surgery due to that. There was a language conflict, again, between dental and medical. And so we made some changes. We removed some language regarding oral surgery and addressing bruxism and the night guards or the occlusal. And I'm not a dental expert here, but really there was the teeth grinding, the night guards for bruxism. And then we added a lot of language around the emergency palliative treatment for pain, and really just provided that clarification for the night guards and bruxism, the requirements, et cetera, et cetera. Again, just clarification. On page 21, we removed the requirement for invoices to pay claims. We do this on the medical side, because on the medical side, you've got medical devices where they're very high cost, and you have providers who are marking those devices up considerably. And so what the plan does is we say, we want the invoice, we want to see what we're paying for, and we'll only pay for what you paid for that device. We also have this in the dental claim or the dental MPD. And so while this makes sense on the medical side, it doesn't really make sense on the dental side. It creates just a lot of manual work, and the return on investment for this is just, you don't see it. So we did remove that. Pages 37 to 38, we just added some clarifying, United Healthcare for basic life insurance. We just had to change that and diversify dental services, and also added principal dental network for services outside of Nevada. Just clarity for members there. Pages 40 to 44, we updated some key terms and definitions. And then updated the medically necessary, which, gosh, if someone has a black and white term for medically necessary, I would love that. We're going through that quite a bit in many areas of the master plan document. And the big one I think here is that we excluded references to cost efficient and appropriate. So what was happening is that claims were coming in and they were being repriced due to a more cost efficient benefit. Specifically, what we're looking at here is fillings, right? On the dental side. Claims were coming in for composite. Those are those white fillings. And the plan was repricing them and paying them at silver levels, the cost of a silver level. That's antiquated. There's a lot of dentists who are not even using silver fillings anymore, right? And so it just made sense to pay these at, why are we paying the dentist for a silver filling when what they really did is provide a composite filling? And so that's really what that was meant to address, is that area. It's just antiquated. You're not getting a lot of those silver fillings anymore. Why are we paying them at this, at a silver level? So again, this is a lot of it's clarification. A lot of it is just updating for antiquated, services and processes, and just providing clarification for members. So the staff recommendation here is to approve the proposed changes for the dental and life master plan document for plan year 23 and moving forward.
Just a quick question. Since this is the dental master plan, the medical necessity definition is only being changed regarding dental and not medical, correct?
Correct. This is Laura Rich for the record. Correct. We are addressing only the master plan document here. We will be bringing back other master plan documents for other plans in January, and I'm almost positive that things in that area will be addressed as well.
Okay, but this one here currently is
Correct.
just the dental one. Thank you.
And just a clarification as well. So you said this earlier, but I just wanted to make sure that what I heard was correct. So these changes are actually ensuring that the plan continues to operate the way it was operating in 2020, 2019, 2018. These changes won't impact our participants' services at all, really.
Laura Rich for the record, not in a negative way. For example, the white versus the composite versus the silver filling, that's going to be a positive impact for members, right? So but for the most part, this is just behind the scenes claims processing changes.
Thank you.
Well, this is Laura Freed. Not seeing a whole lot of discussion, questions. And this would, my question is this, so this goes into effect July 1st of 2023. Okay, yep, got it in my head. Sense of the board?
So just To clarify, this actually goes into effect immediately. Because there are no changes to
okay.
coverage.
Okay.
It can go into effect immediately and be put
Oh,
in
I'm
place.
sorry. You said plan year 23. We're in plan year 23. Geez, I am really out of it today. Okay, cool. And I think okay, sorry. Any other thoughts?
This
motion to approve?
This is Betsy. I motion to approve the proposed changes as presented and recommended by PEB staff.
Okay. Do I have a second? Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Agenda item 9, wage and benefit survey results.
Right, Laura Rich for the record. The results of the 2022 Employee Wage and Benefits Survey. Just to give a little bit of background, earlier this year, I think I've mentioned it at a prior board meeting, the governor's office established a working group that was tasked with developing suggestions and opportunities to create a more robust wage and benefits package for state employees. The working group included leadership from the governor's finance office, the Division of Human Resource Management, PERS, PEB, and the governor's office. As part of this process, the group composed and released a short survey to all to all employees, including NG, which included questions regarding employees' really desires relating to wages and benefits. What is it that they found important to them? So PEB was given permission to share the results with the PEB board, just in anticipation of the plan year 24 benefit design considerations. But again, this is an attempt to figure out what it is that the state can do for employees, and what is it that the intent was to figure out what is it that they find most important in employee benefits in their packages. So the survey was released on October 25th, and it remained active through November 1st. We had a really, really high response rate, 7,400, a little over 7,400 responses. That is higher than anything PEB's ever put out in the past. And this isn't even including retirees. It only went to actives. And so we were, pretty impressed with that response rate. If you go on to page 2, we'll kind of go over the questions that were asked in the survey. It was very short, just 5 questions. The first 2 are really to see who's responding to these questions. And the first one asks, what best describes your role in state government? Again, we had a pretty good mix of people that responded to this. As you see, state employee, the frontline employees, that was the highest amount, almost, with 50% of state employees describing themselves or identifying themselves as frontline employees. We had state employee supervisors, upper management, sworn police and fire. We did break it out, and she classified staff and she faculty. We thought that was important to identify the 2 differences here. We had a pretty good turnout with the NC faculty. A lot of faculty responded to the survey. And then legislative staff and boards and commission, the very tiny portion, but they're a fairly small group to begin with. The next question was, how many years of service do you have as a state employee? And again, we had a pretty good mix here. It was, what are we looking at? Who's answering these questions? Is it the newbies? Is it the lifelong state employees? Who's responding to these surveys? And we had a good mix of the 4 different levels there.
Do you have actual numbers for this is Laura Freed, sorry, for some of these bars? Because they seem, for instance, 6 to 10 years in service and 15 plus years of service seem pretty close. And do you know
I do, Laura Rich, I do have them.
Okay.
I don't have them
Okay.
right now, but
Okay.
I could definitely share them with the group if that's was a request.
I think for me, it's really number 3, because there are a couple of, when you get to that, there are a couple that seem almost tied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the third question was rating employee benefits, what people found the most important. And there was a lot of options here: higher wages, employer matched, and you can't see on the chart there, but it's employer matched 457 or 401k, work from home capabilities, flexible working hours, tuition assistance, lower health insurance premiums, more robust health benefits, childcare assistance, or professional development. Higher wages, obviously, number 1 by far. It was, and I'll get to the last question, but higher wages was the focus of attention by far. In second place was lower health insurance premiums. That was surprising to me, because our health insurance premiums, I think, as I showed in the last September board meeting, I think, they are not, they're relatively comparable to what other public sector entities are offering in Nevada. What I think is important here is that those public sector entities that we are comparing them to offer much higher wages, right? And so the difference between the wages and the premiums, while our premiums may be in line with the industry, the wages are not. And so that they're just not comparable. That's my opinion as to, why this ranks so high. Employer match 457 or 401k, that ranked very, very high as well, and more robust health benefits. Those were the top, followed very closely by the work from home capabilities and flexible working hours. Question number 4 was specifically around PEB. We wanted to include a PEB specific question there. Again, health insurance premiums, number 1, lower deductibles, lower out-of-pocket costs. So people are looking at their, the first dollar spend to accessing healthcare. That's very, that's very clear there. Something that caught my eye is that, mental health, I thought it would be higher, and it was not as high as I thought. Improved dental coverage is up there as well, followed by vision. The last one, that surprised me as well. In last place was more chronic disease coverage in programs, and long-term disability coverage was second to last. Question number 5. No one liked this question. It was originally, the intent of this was to capture what is it that the state offers already that people are happy with. And we wanted to capture the top 3. When the survey was released, it was a requirement to, and it was an oversight. It was a requirement to pick 3. Otherwise, you couldn't move on. Mm-hmm. People did not like that they had to pick 3. There were a lot of comments about how they wouldn't have picked any, but they had to pick something. But you see here, it did at least get to, it gave us the information we were looking for, which was the intent of what is it that we're doing. What is it that people are happy with already? And that was paid time off. Obviously, people are happy with the paid time off. That is the one benefit that that received the most feedback on that one. Then we had a free form text field where people could provide comments regarding employee benefits. I actually did take the time to read through I mean, there were a lot of them. I can't remember. I think it shows on here. No, 3,700. So 3,700 out of the 7,400 provided additional comments. I browsed through, I think I read almost all of them, if not all of them. The overwhelming majority of comments were related to wages, either the disparity between the state and private sector or any other public sector, PERS matching, COLA increases, things like that. They were, the overwhelming majority were really surrounding wages. That was the subject of focus. Another area that's received a lot of attention was regarding telecommuting and flexibility. People seem to really appreciate that benefit. They like that it has created a work-life balance, and that this benefit is something that people want to have moving forward. There were many comments regarding the high cost of healthcare, whether that's premiums and deductibles. There were some around the high cost of urgent care and emergency room visits. And I will argue that that's by design, because you don't want people using the emergency room as their primary care provider. And unfortunately, in a state where we have no access to doctors, because we have such a low percentage or per capita providers per capita, there's a good chance that people are using the emergency room to access care. And so we all know that the emergency room is very expensive, and you don't want to incentivize members to access care through emergency room services. There were also some comments regarding the need for HR onboarding and offboarding, and then some advocacy or assistance just to navigate the complex healthcare landscape. We do have this, Director Freed and myself have talked about this, and also the administrator of DHRM as well. Employees have a difficult time navigating employee benefits. That's just, that's the reality. Everyone works in silos. PEB is different than PERS, yet we have an effect on each other. And then you've got, ERP benefits that are offered through DOA, but they're also offered through PEB. We're all very siloed, and employees don't appreciate that there's not one central place to go to. There was definitely a desire for longevity pay to be reinstated. There were also some comments regarding the need for consistency in PEB. There were comments around, constantly changing networks and providers and things like that. The benefits are up, down. We've talked about this as a board as well, and it's very important. I know we've had some changes in the last couple of years. We're hoping just to kind of level it out and not continue the road of change year over year. So hopefully that consistency will remain for a while. And then, as I said, a lot of comments, a lot of them were about, they were angry people saying that they were not very happy that they had to pick 3 on question 5. So a lot of them said that paid time off was the only one that they would choose if they had to pick any. Many of them said they wouldn't have chosen anything. So I thought this was informational. I don't know if it wasn't super surprising. There were some things in here that did surprise me, but we all know that wages are number one. This is a subject that we've all talked about, not just at PEB, but across the state, that something needs to happen. And so now the governor's office, the new administration has some data to work with. So I'm at least happy about that. I'll stop there.
So I just wanted to go back to the response rate. So it looks like around 7,400 participants, but what percentage of that what is that as a percentage of all the people asked? So I don't know how many there are in state employees, and I assume it went to all employees, so part-timers as well. So do we know, is it 2%,
It's a
1%,
little bit over 10%.
10%?
Yeah, I mean, with roughly 17,000 filled positions across the bureaucracy out of about 23,000 authorized.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Fried, I had a comment. I wanted to point out the Social Security Administration came out this weekend with an 8.7% increase in their Social Security benefits. And reading through the survey, my observation is that, we're really seeing the impacts of inflation. I think state workers, even before we went through this inflationary time, were really complaining about the wages not keeping up with comparable employers. But what really jumps out here is wages, lower deductibles, and lower out-of-pocket costs. So my observation is that employees are really looking for more money in their paychecks from what I'm reading here.
This is Leslie Biddleston. I also have a comment. In looking at wages, I think that it's a lot more complex than just the pay disparity. I recently lost a staff member who told me that the job was too hard for the amount of money that they get. So I think that there's the way that the state classifies positions and what we expect of our employees and the wages, I think is a big piece. I know when I interview staff and tell them the job, they're like, and that's as high as it is. So I think, I took the survey as well. But I think that the wages and the way that we classify our positions is really paramount to what we're seeing and why Executive Officer Rich has a 27% vacancy rate and why the rest of us have vacancy rates as well. But I just think that there's more to it than wages.
This is Laura Fried. I have to actually get out my calculator before I mouth off. Member Kelly asked, what's the response rate? Just looking at my calculator, 7413 out of 17 odd thousand people is about a 40% response rate. So sorry.
Does that also include NG?
No, it does not. So so it's less. And I don't know the universe of NG classified plus faculty because we don't have that in our HR system and I can't see Workday. It does include boards and commissions. No, I can't see that those folks aren't in the HR system either. But there's only a few dozen, I think, of those occupational boards and commissions that opt into PEB. Yeah, it is actually a pretty good response rate. And I think that's because the governor's office really tried to push it out multiple times to people to get them to respond.
So Michelle Kelly here. I guess I just have a comment. I think Executive Officer Rich indicated a couple of times she was surprised by the response. I guess, when I look at question 4, which deals specifically with the PEBP benefits, I guess I would say I'm not surprised, right? What's floating to the top are things that we all feel, and what's floating to the bottom are more specifically, you don't know you need them until you need them, right? So, I mean, we're talking about the chronic disease stuff, even the LTD, life insurance is right down the bottom as well. And you don't need that until your spouse needs it, right? So, I mean, I think that, I think it is clear that people are just feeling the pinch in the purse at the moment, and anything that they can do to increase that is going to serve the purpose. And I would also just, I guess, like to say, Member Verducci brought up the 8% Social Security raise this year. Last year, there was a 5% Social Security raise. So in that time, state employees have been given a 1% COLA. And countrywide retirees have been given 13%. So like, I mean, I think, yeah, you know, I mean, I think it's pretty dire for many of our employees, unfortunately. And I see on the agenda today, just to bring it back, sorry, I know I go on, but we're talking about chronic diseases, which are all, you know, all of the plan enhancements that we're talking about today are really the less wanted by the majority. So.
Well, this is a informational item, so there's no action required. So in the absence of more questions or comments, we can move on. Okay. Agenda item 10, plan year 2024, possible program design changes.
All right, Laura Rich for the record. So just to provide a little bit of background, at the September 29th PEB board meeting, staff reported that PEB is left with a projected balance of approximately $9.5 million in excess cash that can be allocated towards new benefits, incentives, or other enhancements. So PEB presented a list of potential programs and plan design options so that staff could go back and perform additional research and analysis and bring it back to this board meeting for final consideration. So that is what we did with the assistance of some vendor partners. PEB has completed the analysis on the board requested items, in addition to a few other things that we kind of stumbled upon as we were doing our analysis. So I'm going to pass this off. We're going to tag team this a bit. We've got a lot of our partners in the room. Siegel spearheaded a lot of the analysis. So I'm going to pass this off to Richard Ward, who's going to go through part of the presentation. We also have some subject matter experts attending virtually. So if there are any subject matter experts that want to weigh in or have any input, please just raise your hand. We are happy to, or even, you know, raise your hand, or if we don't see you, chime in, because if there's anything additional that we don't, that would be helpful, please feel free to chime in. So Richard, with that, I will let you start.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Laura. As Laura mentioned, this was a collaborative team effort. I want to thank PEB staff, other PEB vendors for the team approach to developing the materials here that we're going to discuss. I also have from Siegel, our medical director, Dr. Sadna Paralkar, and our director of clinical consulting, Joanna Balog Reynolds, as a, if you will, phone a friend capacity as we covered some of these different topics and options. Just from a logistics perspective, does everybody have the materials in front of them? We're good with there. Okay, so it is. And let's go to, I guess it's page 3 to, well, I'm sorry. In the agenda here on page 1 of the slide deck, I have a list of the 10 items that we're going to discuss and review. So let's flip to page 3 for Real Appeal, which is a digital weight loss program that has an online application process. It involves coaching sessions. It provides tools, equipment, and support, as well as a means to track weight loss. It would be available to all PEB members age 18 and above, regardless of current weight or BMI. I'm flipping to the next page. It's a program that is currently available in the HMO plan in Southern Nevada. So it's already part of the PED program. And members in the HMO, there's good engagement, and participation for those, and satisfaction for those that are utilizing the program. There are about 250 members enrolled, and the graph at the bottom of page 4 shows pretty good utilization for the percentage of members that in the last plan year have engaged in multiple coaching sessions. I mean, there's several that have had 9 or 10 plus coaching sessions during the plan year. Moving on to the next page. The proposal here, the consideration is to extend this program to the 3 self-insured programs, to the high deductible, the low deductible, and the EPO. And that would put all members would have access to this program as opposed to it being available just to those in the HMO. It's easy to implement. It can be accessed via the existing TPA contract. It's relatively low cost. It's about $50 per coaching session. And administratively, it'd be billed as preventive care, so it'd be no cost share to members. So it's really very limited barriers, if you will, to members accessing this. UMR has indicated the ability and willingness to provide support for communication and outreach. So via open enrollment or additional materials on website or in links in existing resources. And it supplements a current program that's already in place. I'm flipping to page 6 here. So right now, there's an obesity management program that is in place, and UMR has identified about 2,100 known members with BMI 40 and above that would benefit from this particular program. And right now, only about half of that 2,100 are engaged in the program. So there's let's say roughly 1,000 PEB members that have a BMI of 40 and above. There are also several thousand that are just below that have a BMI of 30 and above. And it's been documented that with weight reduction, health risk improves and also health costs are reduced. So this is an opportunity to provide another program for members to utilize and manage their weight in their own way. So it's another option. And so there would be savings for not just the members that opt in and participate, that lose weight, that are with a BMI of 40 and above. But there's also the benefit of current members that very possibly would gain weight over the next 10 or 20 years, not gaining as much weight. And so there's I think from a just plan savings perspective and health risk improvement perspective, there's the prospect of current members with high BMIs having weight reduction, and those that would avoid future weight reduction. So essentially making healthier 50-year-olds in the future. And the table at the bottom of the page shows some industry data regarding there's a 5% weight reduction or reduction in BMI at different elevated BMIs, that there's some pretty significant savings. So for people that have a BMI of 40 and above, just a 5% reduction in weight would result in, on average, an annual savings of about $2,000 to pay. So moving on to the last page, the savings here may be somewhat modest relative to current total plan spend of $170,000, but that's a first year savings, and I would expect that this program would gain momentum as more people are able to engage it and to experience the benefits of the program over time. I don't know if we're going to discuss these as we go along.
Yeah, I think maybe just one, we'll take one by one.
I'm sorry, I've always first to go. Sorry about that, everybody. So I guess I just So it's a savings to the plan. So is the only cost associated with this the coaching sessions?
Yes.
So there's no administrative cost, there's no PEPM to join the program?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask a couple follow-ups?
So if nobody opts in,
Yeah.
there's no cost.
No cost, okay. And then I'm just curious about, so the sessions are what costs? So how are the people accessing the coaching or the counseling? And then what's the expertise of these people?
I will
As in the
defer
counselors and
to-
coaches.
To those that I want to speak on behalf of the program, since we have people here that.
So the people who are expert coaches are trained
This
health
is Dr.
coaches.
Paralkar, Siegel's.
Yeah, sorry, I should have introduced myself. I'm Dr. Paralkar with Siegel. And this is a United Healthcare program, which I'm very familiar with. That's my former employer. These expert coaches or health coaches are trained behavioral health coaches in weight management. So they could have a training in nutrition, in physical education, or a combination of both. And they do have to go through a certification program of coaching of telephonic, we call that telephonic health coaching or nurse case management if they have that background as well. So they do have a expertise in kind of getting the people engaged, interested, and then tweak the interventions based on people's readiness to change, as well as some of their background and their cultural and other social norms that will allow them to follow a certain level of diet, physical education, as well as other needs.
Thank you.
Mhm.
The board members, do you have any other questions, thoughts on real appeal? Okay, I guess we'll move on to the next one.
Okay, Hinge Health, page 9 of the slide deck, is another virtual program that provides virtual physical therapy, both rehabilitative as well as habilitative. So for a particular instance, if there's an injury, there's rehabilitative capabilities and components, and then if you have, say, chronic back pain or just a chronic ongoing issue, there's a habilitative element to it. And it's supplemented with expert medical opinion consultation and health education. So it's a virtual platform, virtual care that enables the patient or the member to have additional access to physical therapy expertise, and to do so when on their own time. Essentially, there's an on your own time element to it. So so this digital platform is supplemented with clinical consultations and other education. Moving on to page 10, musculoskeletal services and care is the 6th most prevalent, rank 6 on plan spend for the most recent plan year. And it's about 6% of total spend. So it's a pretty significant cost, and it's one just industry-wide that we're seeing continues to grow as people have more ongoing chronic pain and chronic conditions. This one, Hinge Health, is also, from a contractual perspective, easy to implement. It's accessible through the ESI contract. There will be PMPM fees, so the contract would need to be amended. The costs, rather than being on a per session basis for this, are on a bundled basis. So it's about $1,000, $995 per engaged participant per year, and then that provides as much access as is necessary. This digital program, the digital therapies, provides an additional access point for members, particularly those in rural areas where it can be a real challenge accessing traditional in-person physical therapy. So, and as I mentioned before, there's also the ability to access care on your own time as opposed to needing to make an appointment for a physical session with a physical therapist or an in-person session. This provides ongoing coaching, guidance, and progress without the need to see a physical therapist every time. So you can do a lot of your physical therapy benefits from members and patients working on their own. And that can be a real challenge where people very often will only engage in their treatment regimen when they have a session scheduled. And so having this digital supplement or this digital option will facilitate their being able to feel more comfortable with their at-home work, if you will. We have a number of clients that have implemented Hinge Health. There's been a lot of positive feedback, both from the plans and the members. So there's a very positive engagement. I keep using the word positive. It's had good impact, and there's savings and satisfaction with the members. And we have some information in a couple of slides on that. On page 11, Sadhna, do you mind just giving an overview of what the member experience is and a little bit on the operational components of the program?
Sure, I can, and I'm going to prompt Joanna to speak as well, because she has kind of, I don't want to disclose too much, but she actually has used this as a virtual physical therapy as well. So she can speak a lot more to that. But this is basically, you are putting on sensors on your body, and the physical therapist is on the screen who can actually see your movement, just like a physical therapist in person can. So it's really a virtual physical therapy. They have a device called Enzo, which is a pain management device that uses TENS, which is a transcutaneous electrical nerve stimulation, which works really wonders in back pain, in any kind of a muscle pain or ache, where instead of taking a painkiller, you actually use that device. And they have managed to bring that to a home setting. Previously, this kind of technology was available only in an outpatient setting. So we really find that a very beneficial value proposition. And then just like the previous program, the cost is only for a per engaged participant per year. So there is no PEPM or PMPM. So that's another one that you only pay if somebody enrolls. Joanna, you want to add more to this?
Yeah, this is Joanna Baylock Reynolds. So from a member user experience perspective, I have something that is either an acute injury. So I was, playing catch with my son in the backyard and hurt my shoulder, or you have a chronic pain issue, or you're going for a surgical procedure like a knee replacement or shoulder or something. So that's a point of entry into the system. You fill out sort of a clinical questionnaire that evaluates, what's the right therapist for you, what's the right kit for you. You'll do a video visit like this with a therapist, walk you through all that clinical stuff. They also have coaches and different behavioral health specialists. So they'll evaluate, are you having mental health issues related to your pain? Are you having issues with activities of daily living? Are you sleeping at night or not? So based on your responses, then they prescribe that program. And to Dr. Proctor's point, the wearable sensors are for your big joints. And then they do have motion technology for things like wrist and hand that can't do a joint. And it interacts like this with a prescribed treatment plan. To Richard's point, there's no out-of-pocket to the member, so you don't have the barrier of co-pays adding up and then people abandoning therapy early because they can't afford it. Also, they sometimes can't go to PT and be compliant because they can't take off of work. And so we're talking about using PTO now, and that kind of adds up. And then you don't hit a cap limit, so that $9.95 is unlimited. So now as a member, I can do PT every day on my lunch for 15 minutes or in the evening while I'm watching the news after dinner. And so you get a higher compliance rate and more engagement in therapy. Then as you use the system, the therapist can see, are you doing well? Are you doing too good? And then they need to up your therapy. Are you not doing it correctly? Or are you having pain and issues? And they can real time modify your prescription and treatment. So from a member experience, we've had some really good feedback. We have other public sector clients with it. You know, good examples. We have a city that has police officers, and you think, oh, are these men going to use the system? Well, they're carrying heavy flak jackets, getting in and out of a car, a lot of lower back pain in police and fire. And we actually saw people, Dr. Proctor mentioned the Enzo device, wearing it at work and dulling some of that pain so then they can function better. And then just by doing some therapy, they were actually more functional at work. So we got a lot of good feedback from other clients as well.
Thank you.
This is Laura Fried. I have a question about how a participant would move into Hinge Health from looking at page 11. So if one's orthopedist or PCP prescribes Hinge Health, almost like another medicine, ESI bills PEB for the $9.95, and then they enter the system, if you will, that way? Or can somebody self-refer who's just got chronic low back pain, or how does that work?
Yeah, any point of entry. So there's a preventive platform that is free for your membership that has exercises. So people can just download it and read and use that. If you can self-refer, you can, if you go for surgery and they recommend PT, this could be an option versus in person. Or if your prescribing provider says they need you to go to physical therapy, let's say you had x-rays or something like that, and they can kind of see what the problem is. So you can enter in either way. That's why there's that clinical intake form. So if you self-refer and maybe it's not appropriate, they can direct you to the more appropriate level of care.
And this is Laura Rich. I just want to add too that as since it is a per member per month fee to PEB, this would be free to an employee or a member of PEB would go in and seek this service. So if you go to a physical therapist, you're actually paying your out-of-pocket costs. You're paying a copay. In this situation, because it's a PMPM and it's not a claim, the member would get this free. So it's an incentivized benefit.
This is Betsy, and I just have a couple questions because I've heard a couple different things, that there's a $9.95 fee, but there's also a PMPM where it says, so I'm a little confused about those two things on page 10 under easy and low cost. And then I just want to throw out another question, because we all know, as we've been hearing earlier today, that people don't understand their health plan anyway. The dental's embedded, it's not embedded. What are we going to do? Do referrals come from this sort of like by claims processing and generate? Like, I know some of the case management products from insurance companies, they notice the bills coming in. A person gets tripped to their case management entity that then calls the person and says, hey, this might be an option for you, because it's hard for me to understand unless we really educate providers that a recipient would say, hey, let me, or a member or whatever, hey, let me do this. Anyway, those are my comments on the PMPM and the cost.
So Laura Rich, for the record, Betsy, I apologize. It's per member per year. And so that is that $995. I misspoke. I'm so used to saying per member per month on everything, but it is per member per year. And that is that cost of $995.
Okay, this is Betsy. On page 10, it does say PMPM, and that's usually applied over every member versus engaged.
Correct. Per engaged. Yes. So it's per member per year. I think we're just so used to saying per member per month. The other piece is we do have the ability to, working with our TPA, we do have the ability to target members who have physical therapy claims and potentially target them with collateral or, mailings and things like that to provide them that option of, hey, you could be using this. So we do have that ability.
Michelle Kelly, for the record. I'm just wondering, so if we have members who want to use in-person physical therapy, this would not hinder that ability. The plan would still allow them to go off and see the physical therapist they need. So yes, so thank you for that clarification. have you run into issues, or do you have a process in place whereby people are using an in-person physical therapy and they decide to supplement? I mean, we have overachievers, they decide to supplement through the program. Is that accommodated? Is that a no-go? How is that handled generally?
Joanna, do you have any intel in that?
Yeah, so as part of the intake process, that's where you would fill out, and then you, like I said, before they mail a kit, you are required to have a video visit with a doctor of physical therapy. That's where they would flush all of that out, and then they would make the recommendation, do you continue with in-person PT, or is this more appropriate? And then they would provide that kind of clinical guidance. So we as the plan, or you as the plan, would want to get in between that, but you let the doctor of physical therapy flush that out and then guide them. There could be clinical situations where supplemental might be needed for a couple of visits. Let's put it that way. Like if somebody needs to manually manipulate your body.
And then, so just one more question, I guess. I haven't spent a lot of time at physical therapy, but I think they use a lot of stretch ropes and all kinds of different things. So does this program provide that kind of the tools, or would members have to go out and self-seek the tools to help their physical therapy?
They do provide the weighted bands that have the 3 different, so it's light, medium, heavy. The bands that you use in PT usually is what you're kind of talking about. And then they would, you know, as they're prescribing, they would tell you how to use those. So having used some of this myself, they may tell you, instead of, you know, being at a face-to-face PT, you might need to use a chair or your kitchen table. And they would explain those modifications on, you know, what things you might need to hold on to, or if you need to tie a band. A lot of times they'll show you how to do it on a doorknob or a railing, and then that's how you would use the actual physical bands. So they do have that that they send to you. Outside of those bands, there's not other equipment that they would send you.
Thank you.
Janelle Woodward, for the record. I just wanted to mention to Betsy that as far as outreach from PEB, I've seen, not necessarily in this program, but in some other ones where emails come through saying this is through your insurance and no cost to you. Sometimes it takes a couple of those for you to notice when you're getting a lot of emails that, they're sending it to your personal email. So if employees or members are looking at their email, they can find those types of things. Like I said, sometimes if you're getting tons of emails, you don't always notice them right away. So I don't know if there's other ways, to reach out, but it is, I've seen PEB do it, and I've seen some other companies do that as well. Okay, I'm not seeing any more discussion on Hinge Health. I guess we can move on.
On page 12, there's some detail for projected savings for the first year and the second year. So we would estimate about 2,000 participants would engage. It'd be an impact on healthcare savings of about 3.4 million, offset by about 2 million in fees. That's the $995. For a net savings of about 1.4 million, and a first year ROI of 7, and that would grow in year 2. Page 13, there's a couple of case studies. I would say with these 3 states in this large city, there's been a significant pain reduction that's been reported by the participants. I'm on the 4th row, generally reporting about a 50% pain reduction. See kind of similar savings and higher ROI that these are reported after the first year or 2 of the program having been implemented. And so I think the initial savings projections for PEB are somewhat on the conservative side. And I recall in the September meeting, there were questions and discussions about member satisfaction. What do the participants think? How do they like the program from the members' view? And so on a scale of 10 here, satisfaction scores 8.5 to 9. So pain reduction, savings, positive ROI, and satisfaction from patients that are using the programs. I believe that's prepared materials for you, Michelle. So
Okay,
once
I'm
again,
sorry. I've got to ask, Michelle Kelly for the records. Does Kentucky make everyone participate? Like, why are their numbers so high? Like, it's not that big a state. I'm like 200,000 people.
The state health plan in the Commonwealth includes local governments and school boards. So that's
Still,
there's some state plans in the Southeast that might be bigger than you would think. Like North Carolina has 700,000 members.
Wow.
Okay. And it's because it's all the school boards as well as all the retirees.
Yeah.
Okay. So Doctors on Demand. Another virtual program here. Across PEB, the graph on page 15 shows virtual utilization for both behavioral health and for it's for behavioral health, excuse me, for mental health encounters. Shows for virtual visits in the more purpley color, and then in the turquoise color is in-office visits. And prior to 2020, it was almost all in office. And then as the pandemic started, and then into 2021, there's more virtual utilization for plan year 21. Some of that displaced in-person care as the turquoise. It's a lower number for plan year 21, and the purple number got fatter. And then we've seen in plan year 22 that virtual utilization has waned a bit. And so we're considering here providing some incentives through plan design to bring some more visibility and reduce some barriers to accessing that care. Access to in-person care is not consistent across the entire membership, as with a lot of providers, care is much more limited in rural areas. So this provide more access, more uniform access to members regardless of where they live. And on page 16, so one of the options here is to reduce member cost share to $5 a visit for behavioral health. And that would have to be after the deductible for the high deductible health plan. And the anticipated impact is that we would see an increase in engagement for virtual visits, and there'd be some in-person care replaced by virtual. We are expecting that this would generate and result in an overall increase in utilization and access to care. So there's a cost increase associated with this, but I think that's a result of members accessing needed care.
This is Laura Freed. What is the cost for a behavioral health visit now?
I have that right in front of me. I was just going to add that for context. Laura Rich. So on the CDHP, a 50-minute visit. So there's different categories. You can do a 15-minute follow-up, things like that. But for a 50-minute psychology visit, it's $129. So that's on the CDHP. On the low deductible plan, it is a $30 copay per visit. And then on the EPO, it is a $20 per visit copay.
Janelle Woodward for the record. Just for clarification, at the risk of sounding uninformed, do we currently have Doctors on Demand? Because there's been a lot of talk about in the workplace that went away.
So maybe that's a little bit of why the use has gone down. So it is still current.
Well, Rich, for the record, yes, it is currently, we do currently have this benefit. What we are providing here today is incentivizing this so that members will use it over a physical provider. That being said, behavioral health and mental health providers are nationally very, very hard to come by. But in Nevada, there's a drastic shortage. And depending on where in Nevada, it's even worse. So this just provides an additional layer of access that anyone can access at any time, and where you don't have to find a provider, go to a provider. It's a virtual visit.
Michelle Kelly, for the record. I guess I'm not 100% comfortable with incentivizing this so that we end up with people who have an established mental health provider that they see in person, they actually have to pay more for the privilege. That I'm concerned about that, because it feels like, we get into a situation where mental health providers, it's such a personal thing. And I know people can look for mental health providers for a very long time before they find one that can do what they need them to do. So then are we providing a discount service online because maybe there's not the flexibility to pick and choose your provider, or is that available? But more to the point, I feel if I was a member that was using mental health and I was paying $30, I think rather than be incentivized to go online, I'd probably be a bit angry, right? That someone else is getting it for $25 less than me, when maybe my mental health issues are just as important as that person. So I'm sorry, I just wanted to follow up, but the question is real. So when you're using doctors on demand for mental health or behavioral health, how much flexibility is there when you're meeting with a therapist maybe that you don't like? I don't know I don't know any other way to put it, but doesn't meet your needs for whatever reason. How does that participant go, I don't want to use that provider, I want to try a different one? And how often can they do that? And who helps them do that? Because in person, you just don't go back again.
Is this something that UMR can address? Do you guys have that?
So just to clarify, you're asking about within the Doctors on Demand platform, that if you're signed or connected with provider X, you don't care for provider X.
Yes, that's
how
correct.
readily are you able to explore other providers?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So sorry, this is Rhonda with UMR. Once again, UMR works closely with several of our preferred telemedicine vendors, and Doctors on Demand is one of them. For your question, Ms. Kelly, that would be something that we would probably have to get confirmation from Doctor on Demand on how they handle it if someone is not satisfied with their provider.
I'll ask my two colleagues online if we have anything to comment in response to that question.
I mean, one thing I can comment on is it's becoming more and more common for behavioral health, mental health counseling to move online. It's becoming a preference of choice for clinicians as well as patients. So it could be a personal preference of somebody to see therapists in person now, but we see a gradual shift, and not just because of COVID. COVID may have accelerated it, but even before COVID, we are seeing a gradual shift to seeing therapists more and more online. The providers like it for two reasons. One is they can accommodate more patients than they could, but what I've been told is they also like to see the surroundings of the patient. The patient is seeking therapies a lot of times from their home, and they like to see what kind of environment the person is housed in, and are there any changes to be made that way? Like if you're in a dark room versus a lighted room, and so on and so forth. If you have a lot of noise in the background, so they can perceive some of those intrinsic needs or other hidden needs that a patient may have. And patients like it for a few other reasons too. One is they can get these counseling sessions privately instead of being seen to be going to visit a provider for behavioral health therapy. And two is it's convenient. There's no doubt about it. It's easier to get an appointment. You can actually get an appointment from a clinician across the state who is licensed to practice in your state. So you have more choices as well. So we are seeing this shift happening, and it's for a lot of beneficial reasons.
So I have a couple of little questions because I hear what Michelle's saying. I also wonder about reverse parity and quantitative. And because if we're offering mental health visits for $5 copays, but we aren't offering medical visits for $5 copays, in a way that might be a reverse parity issue. So I just thought I'd throw that out. And if the issue is this service is there, and in Nevada, we don't have many mental health providers, is it again a reach out to members to say, hey, if you're having trouble finding an in-person mental health provider, remember we have doctors on demand and you can get it. Because I have that reverse parity question. And then also because to me, it does make sense that behavioral health might be one of the easier ones to do over telehealth. So those are a couple of things I want to throw out also.
This is Richard Ward. I can, in response to the parity question, there are no compliance concerns. So it'd be a program, it'd be a strategy or a policy issue. So you can provide access to mental health benefits with a richer benefit than non-mental health benefits. So that's fine. The compliance requirement is the other way.
So Executive Officer Michelle Kelly for the record, just a question for you. So you gave us the current cost of behavioral healthcare visits now. Is that utilizing the doctors on demand port? So that the 129, 30 and 20?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So today we're discussing doctors on demand with or a $5 copay. Could we also discuss if people like the $5 copay for mental health, making that part of the core plans as well?
Laura Rich, for the record, that's not in the analysis that we did, but it's not something that we can't do and bring back at the January board meeting, bringing down that mental health copay, just in general.
Thank you.
Yes, Tom Verducci for the record. I see a lot of advantages to this in terms of cost. There is a trend towards virtual meetings that we saw earlier in this presentation. And I do think we have a lot of employees in the rural areas, and this will give them, choice and ease, as well as the doctor was mentioning, their own privacy. So I do see a lot of benefits, and it looks like it also falls in line with the current trend in terms of virtual meetings.
Okay, moving on to item number 4, which the content begins on page 18, which is providing an additional travel benefit for medically necessary abortions. Now, there are some PEB members that reside in states that do not have access to medically necessary abortions, which is the current PEB's coverage for abortions is when it's medically necessary. There are about 50 to 60 medically necessary abortions covered in PEB, reviewing recent experience data for the last 3 years. And we estimate that there are between 500 to 700 females between ages 18 and 50. And I'm saying estimated because there are a number of college students that in the census file have zip codes and addresses that are associated with their parents, and we're not sure exactly where they live. So this is a bit of a extraction of the zip codes outside of Nevada that we see. So this proposal would extend travel benefits to members who need a medically necessary abortion, but are unable to receive care where they are, whether they're traveling or where they reside. And this is something that can be implemented immediately. So this would cover the travel benefits. The care, there'd be no impact on the cost of care because the care is covered currently. And we're estimating 5 to 10 instances annually, with most of these being able to be accommodated with regular commercial travel, but there may be a couple of instances that are more acute where there's emergency medical transport, either air or ground, is necessary to transport the patient to a state where she can receive the necessary care. So estimated costs would be, like I said, just for the travel component, because the cost of care is already covered, and that would be about 25 to 50,000 annually for that expanded travel coverage.
Question, Laura Freed, for the record. The sort of footnote says, while the IRS has determined that abortions are medical care per IRS Pub 502, the conditions surrounding employers paying for travel to have an abortion are yet to be determined given existing and changes to state law. Is IRS in the rulemaking process on this point or no?
The IRS determines, pull my friend back here.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, you guys can get back to us on that. That was
She's
just
right here. So we can get back. She's coming? Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Amy Dunn. The comment is really about in looking at, again, because of I think that everything is trying to be looked at globally in this. I'm not seeing that they per se are in a rulemaking officially in this point, but it's kind of a very open question going on right now.
Laura Rich, for the record, I just want to add that there's a lot of health plans nationally that have taken this step and have, this step and even much more broader, more extensive actions in response to the Supreme Court decision over the summer. And so there's still a lot of gray areas out there and, that have yet to be determined by the feds.
This is Leslie Biddleston. I guess I just have a comment. So we have members maybe living in Georgia or something going to college. And I guess I'm concerned about the term medically necessary, because by the time the person is medically necessary, they're probably really acute by that time. And we're relying on other states to determine this medically necessary before we fly them back to Nevada I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around what this looks like. I mean, I support the benefit. I'm just trying to understand how it would work if we've got a kid, a young female in another state who's pregnant and now needs a medically necessary abortion, but she's already acute and we're going to send her back?
So Laura Rich, for the record, we're not necessarily sending people back to Nevada for care. It is the closest geographic location that they can access care. So for example, in Utah, for example, where there's obviously some limitations there, they would probably go to, to Nevada, depending on, the region where they live in, or Washington, or, so there's options. So it's not just bringing them back to Nevada, it's wherever that closest area of care is that they can access care. A lot of these situations are also where, because of the laws that have been implemented in those states, you have provider access issues where there are providers that don't offer that service. And so they have to travel out of state to access that benefit.
So Executive Officer Rich, Michelle Kelly for the regular. So can you just clarify then, what does that look like for a participant then? Because you've kind of, I think, just thrown in a few more things that have to be jumped for someone who's in this situation. So right now, if a person's in one of these states, are we not paying for travel? Are we prevented from paying for travel?
In our master plan document, there are a few services that qualify for that travel benefit. So for example, transplants, right? Or if you have to travel to a center of excellence, if you're receiving bariatric surgery and need to travel to a center of excellence because that is required by the plan, we do offer that travel benefit where the person can get reimbursed for the travel expenses. What we're proposing here today is adding medically necessary abortion to that list of services.
Thank you. So that's helpful. But so let's use Georgia as the example. So someone is pregnant in Georgia. Somehow they find out, obviously, the baby's life is at risk, or there's a problem. It's medically necessary. So at that point, what happens if and when we pass this?
So at that point, it would be similar to what the process that's in place today. So any person who is receiving a benefit or a procedure is going to receive a procedure that's covered under the travel benefit. They would provide there's a form that they fill out and they receive the expenses or the approval for those expenses. Moving forward, sometimes there are people who it's a retroactive request. And so, in cases of emergency or something like that, we would process that as a retroactive request. But there's a process in place to get that travel benefit today.
I guess I'm sorry. I guess I'm still not clear on how it works, because if there's all these barriers within the state, so like how would a participant even identify a provider? Like is there a way that these people are actually given more support than just reading the master plan document or calling and sitting on hold for the long wait times? How would they find out how to do this? I don't know how better to put it. Sorry.
Laura Rich for the record. So I might have to put UMR on the spot here. Is this something that case management would provide assistance for if this was if a member called and said, I'm in this situation and, I need some hand holding?
Jesse Stockwell for the record. Yes, we should be able to manage that.
Thank you.
This is Laura Freed. Third box says can be implemented immediately or at the start of the plan year. If it were implemented immediately, wouldn't that trigger the 30-day notice change in coverage part of the statute?
Laura Rich, for the record, I would argue no, because it's equally being applied to all the plans. So it's not, it does not trigger an open enrollment period or a special open enrollment period.
Okay. Moving on, staying with travel, or it's item number 5 on page 21 of the materials. So more broadly, there are medical travel programs that provide access to centers of excellence or quality care, high quality care nationally. So Executive Officer Rich was mentioning that there's provisions right now in the plan document, master plan document, for transplants and other specific services. So this, you can think of this as an expansion of that provision, where with more of a concierge component to it. So there are a number of high cost and schedulable surgical procedures. There's a list here on page 21. You think of knee and hip replacements, or you think of bariatric surgery, for example, colonoscopies in some instances. And so these programs provide, we can talk about access with a number of these considerations here today. This provides a broader access to quality and oftentimes lower cost care. There are center of excellence networks that utilize value-based provider contracting. So one of the ways to do that is with bundled payments with the providers. So rather than there being a separate bill for the anesthesiologist and for the facility and for the surgeon, it's all rolled into one cost. It's been negotiated between the vendor and the providers. And this approach generally results in lower costs and improved outcomes, because the providers are specialists at this. So rather than someone seeking care locally for a joint replacement and utilizing a surgeon that does a couple of dozen of these, let's say it's a knee replacement a year, this provides access to a surgeon that maybe does hundreds of knee replacements a year and has the procedure, is an expert at this particular procedure. So we just a few minutes ago, we were talking about how do people access this care and find these providers. So the member experience is, so let's stick with the knee replacement. So it's been determined that you would benefit from a knee replacement, and you have this access to this program. So you contact this the vendor, and there's an intake process where they evaluate the opportunity. Does it make sense for you to seek care locally? Maybe that makes more sense. Maybe you live in Las Vegas and there's affordable quality care there. If you live somewhere else, maybe there's some other options. There are, with these provider networks, the COE networks, a number of the networks have providers in Nevada, so it's not exclusively sending care out of state, not necessarily. And during the counseling session, or the intake initial portion of the process, if it is determined that there's an opportunity here, then generally speaking, they're provided 3 or 4 options of providers in different cities to choose from. And then once they make a selection, then all of the travel arrangements and the costs are covered without their needing to pay out of pocket. So generally the airfare is booked. They often can come with a travel companion Hotel is covered, and they may even be provided a debit card preloaded for incidentals. So it really smooths out the member experience. And like I said, we offered options for, it's not necessarily the closest city. Maybe you have family in Boston, and that's not the closest city. There's closer care in Seattle or San Francisco or Minneapolis, but because you have family in Boston, that would help with your recovery. So you have as a member, you have the option to choose. Since this provides access to lower cost, higher quality care, oftentimes these are implemented with incentives to make the option more attractive. So often with the reduction or elimination of member cost share, that would not be the case with the high deductible health plan. It would need to be after the deductible, but you could eliminate all after deductible cost sharing. And then for the other two plans, it could be without cost share. Be implemented at any time. We have a number of clients that implemented it during the plan year, not necessarily at the beginning of the plan year. And it's likely that an RP would be necessary to find this vendor. And annual savings, we're estimating here between net savings between 1 and 1.5 million. Moving on to page 24, in reviewing the data, just two examples: joint replacements, knee replacements. We see variations in cost between 20 and 60,000 roughly. And for hip replacements between 15 and 40,000. So there's a wide variation in costs currently that providers are able to charge. Generally speaking, there are higher costs in more rural areas and in urban areas where there's more competition and choice among providers. One of our state clients, the state of Alaska, recently implemented one of these programs in 2019. They have about 14,000 total members in the state plan. And in the most recent year, we had about 120 potential cases, and it was determined the member followed through and traveled for care for 35 procedures out of those 120 potential cases. And in total, there's about $1 million in savings for those 35 procedures. 90 is direct savings just for the actual cost of the care and the procedure. And then there's roughly another 100,000 for a few instances where it led to a reevaluation of the initial diagnosis, and alternate care was utilized. And then just some select procedures from the most recent year in Alaska is looking at bariatric surgery. There are 8 procedures, and for the current TPA network, the provider costs were just under 60,000 per procedure. And through the travel vendors COE network, they were less than that, about little under 30,000 per procedure. And then for orthopedic, which is generally the joint replacements, 6 procedures at 40,000 per on average were reduced to 15,000 per procedure. So it not only accesses the lower cost of care, but it addresses the variation that all plans have right now. And that is really dependent upon where the member is accessing care. So I'll pause there.
Leslie Biddleston for the record. That was a lot to process. So the vendor that you're talking about is somebody we don't have yet. Is that what you're saying, or is it UMR?
We would have to RFP for this.
Okay. And then my second question is, once we have a vendor, and is it the physician that is recommending the knee replacement to let the client know they need to contact the vendor. I guess I'm just trying to piece that together, how the individual who needs this service gets in contact with the vendor.
Sadhna, do you mind? Dr.
Yeah,
Peralta,
yeah. Hi,
on
this
that?
is Dr. Peralta with Siegel. There is extensive communication that will happen from the vendor as well as from you guys through your communication with the members. And then there is the communication material says, and they kind of do it pretty regularly, about if these are the procedures that your doctor says you need, call this number. I mean, you can proactively call for certain symptoms if they are appearing, and then the number, usually these vendors have a case manager service that kind of walks you through your symptoms. It also has a second opinion service. If needed, they can send your case to a second opinion. And thirdly, if the surgery needs to be done, then they advise you on where to go. So the vendor does a lot of communication, but they also need your help in enhancing that communication so that we make sure that it goes in places where members actually access the information.
Michelle Kelly for the record. And I just, once again, clarifying. So this is a medical travel program for travel within the United States. Center of Excellence, we're always within the United States.
Yes, yes. This one specifically is only within the United States. It will not be sending you outside the US.
Okay, thank you.
Janelle Woodward for, oh, sorry. Janelle Woodward for the record. So currently the EPO does not allow you to go outside of the area, the north. Would this constitute a change then to that plan?
Laura Rich for the record, the EPO doesn't allow for out of network services. And it's usually regional, with exceptions if there's lack of providers in the area, things like that. So there's gap exceptions. Yes, this would be part of that network and would be utilized for that as well.
And this is Betsy for the record. It's my understanding it would always be a choice. Someone could go the traditional method locally, but if they wanted to go to the Center of Excellence, and that's hence the incentives. So, yeah.
I'm sorry, one last question I thought of, Michelle Kelly for the record. So you talked about how a member would get, multiple quotes, if you will, they kind of options. Do those options include qualitative metrics so that they can see that, oh, maybe this person does it best, but they're all the way over here? Or is it purely price driven, what a member's given?
It's not purely price driven, and what the members are provided varies by the vendor. So that's something that how that communication, that interaction occurs is something that we want to explore here.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Item 6, oncology concierge program. I'm going to ask Joanna to provide, or Dr. Brocker, to provide an overview of how these programs work.
Yeah, so this is Joanna Baylock Reynolds with Siegel. In the slide packet on slide 26, we have a grid breakdown. So with oncology, and especially whenever you're managing catastrophic claimants, usually the population is very broad. And so intensive case management through your carriers, their focus is on the most catastrophic individuals with highest stage malignancies. And they're requiring things like inpatient surgical care, very intensive chemotherapy, radiation that you actually have reactions to, or you have metastatic cancer, and then hospice. So there is a subset of cancers that are not generally qualified for oncology case management. So currently with UMR, the goal of case management is for care coordination, focusing on those acute catastrophic type of cases, They can help you with navigation to Center of Excellences if you're an individual and you're not sure where you want to go for treatment. And then they assist with any personal care needs. So part of what they do is it's a registered nurse. You know, they're usually have a background in oncology. They're managing you through symptom management as well. So they might talk with you about, are you nauseated? Are you having infections? What's your sort of sick day plan if you have reactions to chemotherapy and you're at home on the weekend? So they guide you through that catastrophic need. But then there's that whole other subset of individuals with cancer needs that maybe are not getting those access to case management because they are physically okay, but they're not getting guidance or steerage to second opinions. One of the biggest things we see in oncology care, there's about a 20% misdiagnosis and or mistreatment rate. And that usually comes down to looking at the pathology. So having the pathology read correctly so you get the right diagnosis is key. But then secondly, in the regional space, it's very difficult because oncology treatment is rapidly evolving and new treatment protocols come out all the time. And so it really does become difficult if you're an independent practitioner or in a more rural setting, and maybe you don't have access to big tumor boards and research entities to be able to keep up with the treatment plan. So in this grid over on the right, what we're showing is the opportunity for enhanced and or concierge type of oncology care. So we would take that sort of care management with oncology, flip it, put it kind of on steroids, so to speak, and add in more services like dietary counseling, pharmacy and channel management with your medications, second opinions so that you are getting access to, you know, the latest clinical trials, the most appropriate treatment for your care, and then enhancing any other services across a broader population. If we go to slide 27, this is what we're kind of overviewing. So this can be implemented mid-year, off-cycle, and we would review, you know, anything with UMR for or a possible RFP. So talk to UMR about enhanced options that might be available, and then potentially RFP to the market to find a partner that can bring that sort of second opinion concierge type of program to your employees or your members. And then below we have savings projected. So cancer is the second highest cost in your high deductible plan, number 4 in the EPO. And for most clients, it's either number 1 or number 2. There's been some recent research articles that's predicting this will be the highest cost driver over the next 5 years. So you spend 20 million in annual claims costs. That's about 1,500 people. Your PMPM anticipated to be about $2 to $5. And the concierge can really reduce cancer costs by 5 to 10%. And so that comes from, we're showing an annual savings of 1 to 2 million. And like I said, that comes from the diagnosis and treatment being optimized. And then on the flip side, some of that more enhanced programming around nutrition, social determinants of health, and decreased mortality. So that's really where we would derive these kind of savings from. And Dr. Pralker, anything I missed or you want to add?
No, I think you covered it, everything that is in the program.
Okay.
I've actually got a question. Michelle Kelly for the record for Executive Officer Rich. This one doesn't say it needs Board of Examiners approval, but there is a cost associated with it. So does it need Board of Examiners approval?
So Laura Rich for the record, and it's actually, it's IFC. So there is a cost associated with it. We may actually, because it's a total cost savings or projected cost savings, it's not a savings or it's not a total cost. We wouldn't have to, we would be able to justify that, but we may have to go out to bid. UMR does offer options, and we would be able to leverage that through our existing contract if that's what we wanted to do. Or we would also have the ability to go out to RFP and see what's out there and consider it against what UMR has to offer. So we potentially would have to bring this back as a contract and a new contract, in which case, yes, that goes through the as a, that goes through the governor's finance office and has to get approval that way.
This is Laura Freed. I got lost here. Okay, so obviously, yes, if we did an RFP to see what was out there, might cause an IFCU qualified work program. But if you're paying a couple $100,000 in PMPMs and you're using the current, you're just adjusting the current UMR contract, I do think that would be a Board of Examiners visit. Correct, yes.
But not IFC, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So yes, to your question, would it go to the Board of Examiners because it's a contract amendment? Yes. If they went with the current, if they use this service provided by the current vendor. So
I guess just as a follow-up, but $2 to $5 is a really broad range. Like, I mean, it's a kind of as big as a whole dartboard. So do we have an idea of really like what drives the per employee per month cost? Is it just sheer numbers, demographics?
No, this is the administrative costs associated with an external concierge program. So it's going to, excuse me, it's going to vary by the range and level of concierge services. So from a more basic perspective where it's the program is focused on care management to those that provide access to a network of COE, Centers of Excellence, to those that provide an enhanced level of care and personal assistance. There are programs that will make your daily life easier, for want of a better term, when you have cancer and you're undergoing care. So taking care of your house.
Thank you. I think, we've heard a number of times from people, from our participants, that this kind of a program would be very helpful. I guess I'm just trying to understand, $2 is one thing, $5 is a whole nother ballpark. So what I'm hearing you say is that it would probably, we would be best served by going to RFP so that we can compare products.
That you would compare what you were getting for what you would be paying.
Thank you.
So this is Sadhna Paralkar with Siegel, for the record. I finally learned what to say. It varies, and that's why we have the range of $2 to $5. And some of the programs that we saw recently, there are modules of these programs. One could be just something called a expert case review that's triggered directly through your claims data. And they could completely do it case rate way, meaning you will be charged only if a case is reviewed. So there will be no PEPM. But there are some certain things where this enhanced cancer support team that Joanna explained about, kind of hand-holding of the patient and the member's family and allow, kind of arranging support staff at home, that will need a PEPM. Expert advisory review will also need a PEPM. And then there's another way where they could also do just the case rate, where you send the patient for an expert consultation in a physical facility. That's the case rate too. So there are variations of these programs, and definitely it will reveal a lot more if we do an apples to apples comparison through an RFP.
This is Leslie Biddleston, for the record. I guess this may be a dumb question, but it says the highest stage malignancies and acute. So we're talking stage 4 and higher, I assume. And it seems to me that our stage 2s and 3s may be falling through the cracks a little bit. They may not need enhanced concierge services, but the basic care coordination, I guess I'm just trying to wrap my head around what we currently offer is only to the highest stage folks, and we're just enhancing that. So we don't offer anything to oncology patients or cancer patients that are lower stages. Is that right?
Laura Rich, for the record. Yes and no. I mean, anyone can utilize our current case management. But they're not identified, right? So they're not, so for example, I heard a story the other day from someone who has a son-in-law who is 30-ish years old and just got diagnosed with cancer. He got the runaround and he's covered under our plan. He got the runaround. And it went from being perfectly healthy to is now hospitalized. He went to go see a lot of different providers. They didn't give him the right information. They didn't coordinate with each other. They didn't, and this person is a 32-year-old man. He's probably never had to go through any of this. He doesn't know what to do. And so this is a situation where this kind of service would have helped, to coordinate that care and to make sure that, Dr. A is talking to Dr. B and that things are happening between providers. Another situation, and I've brought this up before, but a previous board member who passed away from cancer, her concern was handling she was on the high deductible plan and handling her bills. She couldn't keep up with the bills that she was getting from all the providers and what had hit her out of pocket when, just following up on that. And when she entered hospice care, she specifically asked PEB to help her long-term partner to help him navigate through that financial mess. And so there's different areas of this that we don't currently do today, but we just have that extra level of attention.
And this is Leslie for a follow-up. I just would like to see, if you're an oncology patient, to be able to access, care coordination services. I did lose my father to cancer, and he was a state employee. So I guess what I'm saying is, they start out at level 1, level 2, and they can progress very quickly. So, I think this is a great benefit, but I would just hate to see it focused on those highest folks and not the rest of the folks that may need this, like Executive Officer Rich's comment of the 32-year-old man. So that's it. Thank you.
If I may comment, this is Richard Ward from Siegel. On slide 26, that language is referencing what is in place today, currently. So the current program is as focused as you're stating, but we're suggesting considering expanding that. I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but in the way that you're yes.
Janelle Woodward for the record. Just from a personal standpoint, I was one of those people who went into my cancer diagnosis as all your imaging shows this is early cancer. And when I went into surgery, which I would have chosen very differently had I known what was really there, it was advanced, and stage 3C is advanced. That's right before metastatic cancer. I fell through the cracks because my doctors didn't communicate with each other. And there's one oncology group in Reno, one. And they all work together. So my oncologist said, well, you're past that, what the studies show for chemo. So we'll just hope for the best. No, I don't want to do nothing and hope for the best. I wanted somebody, so I contacted my personal physician, livid over that experience, and was referred to a different person who at the time was with Renown. So I was confused. I didn't realize there was only one group, and he was loaned to Renown. So now we're back in that original group because he's no longer there, but that would have helped. having somebody, and at that point, somebody did come in and try to coordinate that second opinion with a different doctor, and then going over to California just to make sure that they agreed that we were doing the right thing. But when your life is involved, you want somebody to help you through that process. And I have a medical background, and it still happened to me falling through, but I don't want a doctor saying, well, we'll just hope for the best. Tap you on the shoulder. This type of thing is very important. And I'm thankful that you pointed out that this is the current thing, because I didn't notice that either. And I was thinking if it's only for, the highest malignant rate, that would be disappointing. And even, you know what, this too, all of us know this because of cancer experience with people we know. It doesn't stop once you're done with your surgery and your chemotherapy and your radiation. It keeps on going. And even today, sometimes there are times that I don't do the follow-up test because I can't afford that copay or co-insurance cost of it. So things like this can be so helpful at any point in your treatment for any of our members who are going through that. And you don't know just because they said, oh, we think it's like this big, and then they go into surgery and find out, well, it wasn't just this big, it was this big, and makes a big difference. So that's just from a personal standpoint.
I know, it's Michelle Kelly for the record. I know we've still got other programs to talk about. But I'm just wondering, so potentially 2 RFPs, how are staff situated to actually action RFPs? And then when we'd probably be talking about potentially not next plan year, right? But the one after, so.
Laura Rich for the record. So this can actually be implemented at any time during the year. And so regardless of when the solicitation was completed, we could put it into place. As far as staffing, no one wants to go through RFPs. I think we went through a lot of RFPs in the last 2 years. However, the next agenda topic is the contract status report, where I'm actually suggesting, proposing bringing back a former employee on contract. And so that should help out this process as well. Not to minimize, yes, we are very busy and we have a lot on our plate, but I think these are important, and they're definitely their services. I think we can have our consultants help us with as well. So it should be doable.
Yeah, Michelle Kelly for the record. I guess what I'm hearing when I listen to everyone's comments about the oncology concierge program, especially, it seems like we need some expertise in the room to evaluate the apples and the oranges and the pears, right? Because the devil's going to be in the detail of what you're paying for. So thank you.
So if we are finished with oncology concierge thoughts and questions, what I think I want to do is have Mr. Ward go and Ms. Rich go through 7 through 10, discuss them, then take a break, then come back and deliberate as a board. Just so you guys get the lay of the land. I'm not going to let you guys sit here forever.
Okay. Dental plan maximum. I take that to my cue, right? Yeah, okay. Number 7, on page 29, the current annual benefit limit, the ABL, at $1,500 has been in place for over 10 years. As far as we could tell, it was implemented in 2011. In comparing against some benchmarking data, I want to thank UMR for providing perspective on their book of business. That is the most prevalent ABL. But there are a number, there's movement in their book of business and then also in industry data towards higher ABLs due to rising costs. Looking at other industry data for public sector and large employers, 1,500 to 2,000 is a typical range, but there's roughly 40% reports a benefit limit of $2,000 or greater. And there's 5% that have no limit at all. And then for those that have limits and that report, there's one study that reported geographically. I found this interesting, is that Western employers and plans tend to have higher limits than those from the Midwest and East. So that bottom bullet, about $500 higher. There are a number of procedures such as implants, crowns, and some specific surgeries that with a single claim, members hit their annual benefit limit. So the limit is really having an effect on members when you have a year where you have a high cost need. You're having to pay quite a bit out of pocket once you hit the limit. On page 30, according to the most recent plan year data, it was about 8% of members and hit the benefit limit. And that's fairly typical. We see 7 to 10%, depending on the benefit level in the year, just looking at it, at our other clients. And it's usually not the same members every year. Usually somebody has a particular need, they hit the benefit limit, and then for the next couple of years, they're back to receiving regular care or more routine care. Increasing the benefit limit would increase dental costs and have an impact on the rates. And we modeled two specific changes, one to 1,750 and another to 2,000. You see the cost increases are, annual cost increases are 600 to 750,000, 2.5 to roughly 3% increase on dental costs. But once it's combined with the medical for single premiums, that's about $1 or $2 a month. I'll pause there.
I guess I just have one question. So we've been talking about the earlier benefits. We were talking about them impacting the self-insured products, but dental actually benefits all employees, including so did the dental plan generate some of the savings we're talking about spending?
I'll have Richard confirm, but it's doubtful. The dental plan is very minimal spend over the plan itself. So it's likely it did not generate the savings.
Okay, thank you.
I'll concur. Okay, so moving on to item 8, I'll pass it back to Executive Officer Rich.
Right, so item 8 is premium credits. I want to start out these next few sections with just talking about how PEB has the ability to direct the any money that is applied towards, or that is the spend down of the $9.5 million. And Michelle Kelly actually set it off, in her last question, where it's where is the savings, this $9.5 million, where is it coming from? It is likely most of it is coming from active participants on the self-funded plan. And the reason it's coming from active participants is because actives tend to subsidize the retirees. Retirees are generally more expensive. And so more of the plan spend is going towards that versus how much we're bringing in, right? So, but we have to keep in mind, how do we want to give back those $9.5 million, however we choose? So these next 3 items are that I know we've talked about a few items that are that do cost the plan, or, that would reduce that $9.5 million. They're fairly low dollar amounts. So this is really, these next three items are ways to reduce and take that $9.5 million and spend it specifically back to the plan or back to the members. The first one is premium credits. We can apply excess cash towards premium credits. The advantage to that is that it's an immediate reduction to those premiums. So people who are paying premiums are getting that back. Now, if you take a look at the chart here, really that premium credit per month, at the most we can provide, it's about $25 a month per person, per employee. So per primary member. There's a major disadvantage here, in my opinion, and that disadvantage is that there is no guarantee that this credit can be continued beyond this year. So this is 1 year. We have $9.5 million of excess. We don't know if we're going to have that next year. So this is 1 year. So what happens is people get used to that credit and they forget that it's a credit. And so they get used to the price of that premium per month, and they just assume that's the price of the premium per month. When that money runs out, and when we don't have that money, then those premiums then have to go back to normal levels, right? They return to normal levels, and not just that, but there's likely going to be increases because the cost of healthcare increases year over year. And so that second year, if we don't have the funding available to bring down those premiums, it's just going to anger participants. People are going to not appreciate, they're going to forget that it was a credit versus, they're going to think that this is just the cost of healthcare. And so there's a risk of angering participants because they're going to think that PEB just raised rates instead of we just ran out of that excess money. So that is definitely a disadvantage there. The other thing is, would we want to apply that just to active members? Do we want to apply it to the non-Medicare retirees, right? So these are all things that we have to think about as to, if we do choose this, where does that premium credit go to? We're also highlighting just on this chart here, state. There's also non-state as well. So there's a lot of options here as to, and we do have Carrie who's ready with her calculator to, there's a lot of different ways to do the math and how to spend down that $9.5 million. We couldn't put charts for every single one of these scenarios. So Carrie's come prepared with a few different scenarios, but we do have the ability to kind of quickly calculate that cost based on that enrollment and what path we want to take. The next one is HRA credits. We do have the ability to offer a one-time HRA credit to members that are enrolled in PEB. This does not impact HSA contribution requirements. So we cannot provide an HSA because an HSA is only available to members on the high deductible plan. You cannot have an HSA per IRS requirements if you're not enrolled in a high deductible plan, but we can provide an HRA. By providing an HRA, we also don't impact those people who have an HSA who are contributing to their annual contribution limits, right? So if we were to contribute and add money to someone's HSA, it could potentially put them over that IRS limit at the end of the year. And so we don't want to do that either. So by offering an HRA credit, it avoids that. And we also can limit a time frame. So we can say you have a year to spend this HRA money, whatever that is, if it's 300, 200, 100, or 400, whatever it is. And you're able to then, anything that's not spent over that year then goes back to PEP. Again, we have to think about is this something we want to do for actives, for non-state, for state, for retire, so we have to figure out what kind of credit we would be giving into who. An HRA is, just to back up, it's very similar to an HSA. It's just you're reimbursed, and it's a health reimbursement arrangement. You are reimbursed for IRS eligible expenses, medical expenses. So there's a list of IRS medical expenses that are eligible for a reimbursement through an HRA. So those members who have that HRA, let's say you have a $300 HRA credit, and you need glasses, you can go out and buy glasses and use that $300 credit. The next one is actually something we stumbled upon, and not necessarily a specific to healthcare, but more of a option to, I think, have PEB play a role in the overall staffing, state staffing challenges, although it is not our obligation or our duty, our responsibility to fix the staffing problem in the state. I mean, we are part of the benefits part of the overall compensation package. And so the lifestyle spending account is something that was brought to our attention in just some of these other conversations that we had with our vendor partners. And what this is, it allows an employer to fund an account that supports everyday needs that are not typically covered by, like an HRA, for example. That's specifically a medical expense identified by the IRS as eligible. It's very similar to an HRA or FSA where eligible expenses can be reimbursed. It's just that these eligible expenses are things that, in this case, PEB can identify what is an eligible expense. With an HRA, the eligible expense, this $300 would be, or I'm just saying $300 as an example, it would be pre-tax. In this situation, it is post-tax with the LSA. It is post-tax and only taxable when that money is spent. So just like on your W-2, PEB provides reporting for HSA and HRA and things like that on your W-2, we would do the same thing for the lifestyle benefit as well. So as I said, the employer can establish eligible expenses. And in this case, if we did go down this route, PEB's recommendation would be to focus on health and wellness expenses that are not necessarily something that would be in, identified as a medical expense, but still a health and wellness expense. Again, it's funded on an annual basis. So anything not used after that year would be reverted back to PEB. And the reason that we're doing this is because it has a fee associated with it. So you don't want to continue paying that fee forever. It could help towards recruitment and retention challenges. It's kind of a unique benefit that hasn't been discussed and analyzed in the past. We do have both UMR and HSA Bank offer this. HSA Bank provided a 75-cent per member per month quote. This is not informal or not formal, but just in last minute conversations about what that cost would be. UMR did come in as well, and it was pending at the time. It's a bit higher on the per member per month fee through UMR. It would require a contract amendment, but it is still something that is, we checked with purchasing, it is within scope of both of our contracts. And so it could be, we wouldn't have to go out to RFP. It would be something that we could do as early even as March 1st if we wanted to do this right away. Again, how do you want to use those funds? Is it only going to state actives? Is it also going to the retirees? This is something that the board has to consider. So if you look at page 38,
there's some sample eligible expenses. And when I say health and wellness focused, it's things like gym memberships, dance classes, athletic gear, massages, childcare, elder care, things like that, LTD premiums, identity theft, things that we offer through reimbursing the premiums that we offer through our voluntary benefits, legal expenses, counseling, cooking classes, even state and national park passes, things that would, you know, we have broad ability to identify what kinds of categories would be reimbursable, but I think that these are, you know, just a good sample of eligible expenses that if we were to go down this road, you know, that really tie into health and wellness versus just medical. So there were three things right there that we that where we spend the whole $9.5 million. I will stop there.
This is Betsy with the lifestyle spending account. Can you reimburse medical expenses if you want? Or only with the HRA?
So Laura Rich, for the record, you probably, because it's post-tax, you would want to stay away from those medical expenses because you want those to be pre-tax. So you want people to be using their HSA or their existing HSA or HRA funds for that. The other thing that I would say too is that these categories are, for example, with an HRA, a young 25-year-old in our plan may not have any reason to, may not have any eligible expenses. And so that $300 credit for an HRA they wouldn't use it because they wouldn't have any eligible expenses. Whereas the lifestyle spending account, if you look at the list, I can't think of one person who wouldn't qualify for something on that list. So it does open the doors to a broader, it's a perceived better benefit because it's not just focused on medical expenses.
I'm Michelle Kelly for the record. So I guess I want to go back to the tax reporting. You know, where on the W-2 is this reported? Is it gross income? Is it an actual box? I actually do have a lot of concerns. I think at the moment you report into boxes and it's kind of separate from our gross income. I think that if we put in place a program that requires our payroll centers to add money into gross income, we kind of run into a lot of issues potentially, you know, that worry me.
So Laura Rich, for the record, I think we have someone from HSA Bank who can speak to this. I think maybe Ruth, is she on?
For the record, it's actually Luis. Ruth is on, but Luis Stofa will jump in. It doesn't have to be added to gross income. It's actually an additional benefit. So it could be utilized as its own separate box.
Does it add to the gross income? If it's a taxable benefit, then it will increase people's gross earnings, right?
It will increase, but it increases it as an additional healthcare benefit. But I will triple confirm with our legal partners, and I will provide that detail to Laura as well.
Okay.
So I can give you very specifics, which is what I think you're looking for.
I guess I have some other questions just on the last three items that you've priced out for us. You have written in the pricing all state employees, all active state employees, you know. So is that, so not just the self-funded plans, but into the pricing at the moment is all actives. So people who haven't contributed to the savings. I'm sorry, I'm going to keep saying that just. because it's meaningful to me.
Correct. And that's something, again, that we have to consider because you can, make the argument that retirees have not contributed to those savings. So do we exclude those, do we exclude the retirees as well? Do we want to look at this as a benefit where do we want to make an impact in the workforce situation that we're faced with? If that's the case, then it would make sense to direct this towards actives. And this is whatever benefit we choose would be a perceived perk for actives. But again, we're a health plan and we have different categories of different people. Is this something that we want to equally distribute to members, right? So it's something that we have to think about as a board. And
so I guess my response to that as a follow-up, Michelle Kelly, is that when we priced these plans in March, I think is when we priced them, there was already differential money left over, but we still priced really conservatively. And it's the pricing that's driving these excess revenue, as well as people not seeking the level of services we're expecting. So the $50 a month or $250 a month that the people in the self-funded plans have paid have literally generated the excess. So my attitude is that because we price the plans specifically for their use, that any savings, it's my opinion, should go back to the people who generate them. Because otherwise the pricing exercise at the front end is kind of, what are we doing? Why are we bothering?
This is Laura Fried. I think this is very valuable discussion, but I think I think I want to ask for questions and questions of the executive officer and Mr. Ward, and then have a break, and then we'll come in and tackle these kinds of policy issues. I think so. If you have informational fact questions, please pose them. But if you want to dive into the merits of the policy, let's do that after a break.
I have one other question.
Okay.
I'm sorry. So Michelle Kelly, regarding the lifestyle benefit, just knowing some of our history with kind of the legislators and what they haven't liked, are we likely to run into issues with them thinking that this is kind of, that they don't agree that this is necessary expenditure? So are we kind of, if we put forward a lifestyle account that participants can spend on anything, whoever it is, are they likely to think that we're not managing the plan very well? I mean, they cut out wellness benefits, right? Because they got participant complaints and they didn't see the value in it. So will they see the value in this?
So Laura Rich, for the record, this is one of so since we would be spending down the excess reserves and it would be on a benefit, this would have to get approval through the interim finance committee. And so this would have to be approved essentially by the legislature. And this is where they would have the opportunity to say, no, we don't agree with this benefit. And it wouldn't pursue beyond that.
Yeah.
Janelle Woodward, for the record, do any of these affect or leave out any of the plans? Meaning, I guess I'm referring to the state. So, the deductible plans, the EPA, EPO, got work on my mind. Yeah, and the HMO. Is anybody neglected as state employees from any of these suggestions?
The last three options can be applied to any employee on any plan, regardless if you're active, retiree, state, non-state. So it can be applied across the board to every PEB participant. It's just a matter of where there's limited amount of funding. And so where does this go?
Okay, it's 12:56. Let's take a break until 1:10. Okay, everybody, welcome back. It's 1:10. So we are still on agenda item 10. And board members, if you would look at page 39 of the Siegel report, it's got a summary of everything that we've been hearing about over this agenda item. And what I'd like to have PEB staff do as we go down this item, remind the board whether this can be implemented in plan year 24, basically just on approval of the board without any other sorts of administrative processes like the Board of Examiners or the Interim Finance Committee or anything like that. And which of these items we were advised could go out to RFP, or they might even recommend an RFP for. So with that, we'll start with Real Appeal, the weight loss program.
Okay, so for Real Appeal, that's very simple. That is already something that we can do in our existing contract, and it's through a claim. So that is a very simple fix and something we can implement without, relatively any lift whatsoever. On the, sorry, I'm going through these.
It's okay. We're on Hinge Health, the virtual physical therapy.
Hinge Health, again, relatively easily to implement. We can, we would definitely need a contract amendment to cover the PMPM fees, but it's something that we can do relatively easily. And because it's through an existing ESI contract, again, it's not too difficult to implement. I think the implementation would be the communication and just outreach to members that may potentially benefit from this. I think it'd just be that outreach that would be a little bit of work.
Okay. Doctor on Demand, virtual behavioral health visits at $5.
That one is very easy to implement. All we'd have to do is change plan design and again, adjust that through the TPA and how they pay those claims, but that's very easy to implement. It would require IFC approval.
Okay, because there's a cost.
There is a cost associated with it. So it would require IFC approval to ensure that, we get approval to spend down. It's a benefit that we are spending excess reserves on. And so that would require that.
Okay.
The expanded travel benefit. This is just adding that to the travel for medically necessary abortions onto our list of items that are covered under that travel benefit. Again, very easy to implement. That's just something internally that we would have to, update the master plan documents, and that's about it.
That we would not have to visit IFC for the $25,000 to $50,000 anticipated cost.
That would also require IFC approval because it is a cost. So it would definitely be on the list of things that would go to IFC.
Okay.
Likely in what it depends on which meeting. Yeah.
January, March.
It's
March
probably
that'll be late.
I would say February. Yeah. February. I think.
Okay, medical travel for generally centers of excellence procedures.
So medical travel, this is likely, we have two options. We have the ability to leverage what UMR already offers through their program. This would eliminate us having to go out to RFP. However, it may actually be of benefit or advantageous for PEB to go out to RFP just to see what's out there and to consider the options. And so it would be an RFP, it would be a solicitation that was released. And but once that is done, It would be, it does not come at a cost, it's at a savings. And so this would need BOE approval because it would be a contract, but would not need IFC approval.
Okay. Oncology concierge.
Same with this as well. We'd have to likely, it would be in our best benefit to go out to RFP on this. We can definitely see what UMR offers through that contract. We're able to do that, but it's advantageous for us to go out to RFP to really see what's out there and what we, what path we want to choose. Again, it's at a cost saving. So this would be, it would go to BOE, but not to IFC.
Okay. Dental, increase the plan maximum.
This is also relatively easy. It's just a matter of updating our master plan documents and having having UMR process these appropriately. But it does come at a cost, and so it will require IFC approval.
And then the last three, I think we know would require interim finance approval. Right. Okay. But a lifestyle spending account is an RFP possible. Am I right?
I would not recommend an RFP because we already have 2 vendors who offer that.
Okay. Okay. So with that, all right, thank you for that. And then going back to the original staff report, the staff's recommendation is to approve Real Appeal, the first one, Hinge Health, expanded travel benefit. Does that mean, okay, abortion travel, and cancer concierge to begin on the first day of the plan year of 24. Okay. And then, and those are all, there's a nominal cost for the one, but those are all savings. Okay. And then board members approve implementation of one or more plan design options to spend down 9.5 million in differential cash. So with that, I think I want to, and I see Carrie's ready to do all kinds of scenarios about premium credits. That's great. I think I want to open it up. I feel like Michelle Kelly is dying to talk.
I guess taking the staff's recommendation, I don't have any concerns with approving Real Appeal, Hinge Health, the expanded travel for medically necessary abortions, and the oncology concierge. I have no problems with any of those, and I don't have any additional questions on them, I don't think.
Okay.
This is Leslie Biddleston. Can we do a motion for those separately, just to get those off the table?
I would prefer that, yes.
Okay. This is Leslie Biddleston. I move to accept staff's recommendation to adopt Real Appeal, extended abortion travel, Hinge Health, and the oncology program. Did I get them all?
Yep.
Would you mind adding to your motion a solicitation for those 2 that we would require an RFP for?
And for staff to solicit or conduct an RFP as needed.
All right, let me see if I got this. Okay, so the motion is to approve Real Appeal, Hinge Health, enhanced travel for medically necessary abortions, and the concierge oncology with an RFP for any of those or all of those, or cancer oncology, or
I think you missed the medical travel. So medical travel.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you include medical travel as well as abortion travel in your motion?
I don't think so. Let me redo this.
All right.
Okay,
we're starting over.
Leslie Biddleston, I move to accept staff's recommendation and adopt Real Appeal, Hinge Health, abortion, travel, medical travel, and the oncology concierge program, and for PEB staff to conduct RFPs on any or all of those as needed.
Okay, great. Do you have a second?
Second.
All right. Okay, so you've heard the motion. Is everybody clear on the motion? Okay, cool. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, now the harder bit. Well, folks, how do you feel about premium credits? How do you feel about one-time HRA increases? And how do you feel about lifestyle spending accounts as a way to do something for participants that is, again, we have to rely on this being one-time in nature. Yeah, Mr. Verducci.
Yes, Tom Verducci for the record. I could see a problem with the premium credits because of the $25 that will eventually have to go away. And it's ongoing. The one-time HRA, I think is really good. We have the discretionary power of making a one-time contribution. It's not an ongoing situation. The lifestyle spending account, I like the idea. You know, we could have expenditures for dance classes, gym, pets, and so forth. But I just don't think that would really go through the legislature. I do remember a few years ago, we had the wellness programs, the Blue Book and all that. We worked really hard and it just went away. The legislatures didn't like it from input they were getting. So I just don't think that lifestyle spending account would just really make it through.
Michelle Kelly for the record. I tend to agree with Member Verducci. I would be supportive of the HRA contribution. I think our mission is healthcare. And while I understand kind of the lifestyle stuff impacts healthcare, I do think we should focus on our mission first. And if our mission was perfect and we completed it and everyone was very happy, leave it at that. But what we know is, you know, that's not true at the moment. So I think I'm supportive of the HRA over all of the other options. I like premium credits too, but everyone's talked about the issues we have with when they go away. So less inclined to do that. But I do, the one thing I feel strongly about is the population served. So when we get to that section.
Yeah, well, that was going to be my next question to both of you. So if there is emerging support for an HRA credit, for whom is the credit? The reason I ask specifically is because if you're a state active and you don't have other health insurance, you have a HSA. Now, being as I am a rational economic actor, I'm not going to use my HSA if I can use my HRA first. So the question for PEB staff is, if you give me a credit in an HRA that I have to ask you to reimburse, do I get to use that first and then save my HSA?
Well, Rich, for the record, yes, you can. And we can actually operationalize that so that the when HSA Bank applies that, they apply the HRA first before the HSA.
Okay. All right.
So April Karn for the record, if I may, I just have a quick clarification around the eligible expenses for that are the IRS on the list for the HRA. Do we have any idea what some of those expenses would be or what we could use that on?
I think off the top of my head, it's things like the HRA is your, co-pays, deductibles, over-the-counter medicines by prescription. any prescription drug coverage.
Okay.
So any out of pockets for clearly medical, I
Okay.
think it's simple under HRA. I think there's more technical side of it too.
Yeah, and
but-
that's what I was looking up is like, can you get into, I think like glasses and contacts
Yes.
and things like that as well. So,
Okay, thank you.
it's medical, generally any kind of medical expense.
Okay, so it's not
is-
specific to the point where we wouldn't be able to use the $300 credit because it is so specific that it doesn't.
Correct.
Okay,
Now,
just making sure.
Now, if you're a healthy 25-year-old, there's a good chance that, you don't have any copays, that you're not going to the doctor, you're not getting, you don't have prescription medications. So there's certain people that may not have eligible expenses, but generally, yes.
Okay, thank you.
This is Laura Freed. That leads to a great question about the younger employees, and I think I know the answer to it, but I'll ask Laura and Mr. Ward to confirm it. Medicare retirees can use their HRA to pay their premiums, but I don't believe that actives with HRAs are eligible. Darn it. Okay. So I didn't think so.
If I may,
Yeah.
Richard Ward. It's the eligible expenses are not limited to the covered expenses of the plan. So I'm trying to read something into your question, but like, for example, for my personal HRA, I don't have vision coverage, but I can still get reimbursed for contacts and glasses and somebody mentioned over-the-counter medications. So there's a broader definition of what's reimbursable from the HRA. And so maybe some of those 25-year-olds that don't currently have claims may have other needs for OTC meds or other things that they would find beneficial.
Okay, thank you.
So board members, what is the thought in terms of actives and early retirees, or just actives? How much?
As far as the demographics go, so the self-funded plans that generated the credit are the high deductible PPO, the low deductible PPO, and the EPO. Is that right? So EPO included. So how many people are then in the Southern Nevada fully insured product?
Off the top of my head, I think Carrie has it. Do you have that exact number? Okay. you
Primary
have it?
members, sorry.
Go ahead.
Carrie Eaton, there's about 3,100 active employees on the HMO.
So that's not total lives. That's just to clarify the primaries.
And how many primary participants in the other three plans combined or separately, whatever?
Approximately almost 2,400, sorry.
This is Laura Freed. Carrie, I have a question about the numbers on page 34. Are these assuming only primary insured, or is this dependents also?
Only primary.
Only primary, okay. And this is all coverage tiers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So Ms. Kelly, I just want to, when you were talking about where that excess is coming from, I do want to say that the EPO generally runs, and I'm looking at our latest EMR report here. Our CDHP typically we're projected at a loss ratio of a deficit of 0.3 million, whereas we're coming out even, and this is very early on in the plan year, right? But this is generally how it goes. The CDHP is break even. The copay plan is actually, as of today, we're generating a surplus, but the EPO, and this is historically the case, we have the most deficit from people on the EPO plan. But that's really the way that's why they're paying the higher premiums. It's generally the people that are on the EPO plan are on the EPO plan because they've got ongoing medical expenses and would prefer to pay those higher premiums and just stick to those copays.
Where did the money come? So I'm sorry.
So after all that, where's the savings generated from?
CDHP.
It is the CDHP.
CDHP and low deductible for the most part.
Is the EPO record kept separately? So are the finances separate to the the PPO plans?
No, so Laura Rich, for the record, all three of our self-funded plans are together,
Commingled.
right? It's the HMO that is separate because that is fully insured and we pay a PMPM for the HMO.
And then are the retirees, the early retirees, such as it is, are they commingled in that group as well?
No, so yes and no. So they're rated statutorily, they're rated together, right? We're not rating them separately. But when we do reporting and, we can see through the reporting what group of individuals are costing the plan more. And that's out of reporting, but they are commingled in terms of how they're rated.
So just would we run into issues if we tried to exclude them from a benefit here because of that, with the fact we have to rate them as a whole? So that tells me we're not allowed to penalize them, right?
So statutorily, we are required to rate them, meaning the premiums the experience and premiums all have to be looked at together. Now, in terms of a benefit, we've oftentimes applied a benefit to one group of people versus another group of people. So for example, the premium buy down, we didn't apply to non-state retirees, right? And so we applied it only to the state. So we've done that before. We can do that. It's just a matter of, do we want to?
This is Leslie Middleton. I have a question. Would the HRA credit increase for active employees if we eliminated retirees?
It would, and I think, Laura Rich, for the record, I think Carrie can tell you what that number is. I don't know if you have it off the top of your head or if you just have to do the math really quick.
This is Carrie Eaton for the record. So if we increase the benefit, say from 300 to 325, then we would be spending 8.8 million just for state employees. So we can go up from there.
So that would be state actives at 325 would cost 8.8.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
$350 would get us right to the.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I just want to interrupt. I think Luis from HSA Bank has had his hand up and we haven't noticed it. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Luis Stoffel for the record. I wanted to make sure that there was a question earlier from a board member that if they were given this HRA money and they had an HSA, could they use the HRA before touching the HSA? And I just want to make sure everybody understands that if you are actively participating and contributing into an HSA, you cannot also have a traditional HRA. They can't both be active for an employee.
So that turns the whole discussion on its head.
I apologize.
No,
That's why I had my hand.
No, thank you for weighing in. I'm glad you did. So I feel like that turns this into an HSA contribution discussion as we've done in past plan years.
Okay, so that's actually it conflicts to earlier to information that we got earlier, which is, but if that is the case, I'm hearing this from HSA Bank, it would be an HSA and HRA. So those members who have an HSA would then get an HSA versus those who have an HR or
get what you already get.
Right. So now the only problematic issue with that is that we'd have to make sure to communicate this, because those people who are contributing to an HSA, it can put them over. Lucky enough, we are at the beginning of the calendar year. And so this is by calendar year, not by plan year. And so we are early, we're at month 1 of the calendar year. So we do have the time to be able to do that. So it doesn't really change anything. Just, we would just have to contribute to the HSA or HRA.
And that's why there was the recommendation. I apologize, Louise Stoffel again for the record. And that's why there was the recommendation of considering the lifestyle spending account, because it wouldn't impede on the contribution maximums of the HSA, or those that are participating in only the HRA. It gives maximum flexibility in overall plan design. There is no testing that's required for it. PEB can control not only who is eligible, but as mentioned, what items are eligible to be reimbursed as well. And it could be terminated at any time. I also want to add one additional piece that I promised. It does go towards gross income. It's not a separate box. So I wanted to make sure that I provided the board with all the information that it's been asking to date.
Mr. Verducci.
Tom Verducci for the record. I just wanted to point out that 2 years ago, when we had to make these mandated cuts, I think we tried as hard as we could to keep the cuts evenly for all of the membership who, they were bearing the burden of our mandates that we had to do. So as we're restoring some of the benefits coming back here to the best of our ability, it seems to me that we should cover the broadest group that we can, actives and retirees. I just don't, I feel like I'm sort of discriminating against the group on giving the money back when everyone had to pay the same price on terms of reductions. So that's just my suggestion. My personal thought, it should go back to the same group that we had to take from.
Laura Rich for the record. I think that the board attempted to equally make cuts to all areas, but in the end, actives actually ended up taking the deepest cuts because the HRA was reimbursed at the higher. So the board cut it to that $11, and then it was later reinstated by the legislature at a later date. So while the board took that step, ultimately the actives were hit with the hardest.
So in terms of the percentage of participation in the whole program, what percentage is retirees? As far as, my question is pertaining to, if we made it an across the board, restoration, is the retirees a smaller group?
So we're talking about non-Medicare retirees. So there's retirees, there's Medicare retirees and non-Medicare retirees. So the non-Medicare retirees are the ones that we're specifically talking about because this is on the self-funded plan. So those non-Medicare retirees, I think, Carrie, can you provide the exact number? I know what the number is, but not the exact number.
The non-Medicare state retirees is 4,175 that I have in my projections, and that does include CDHP, low deductible EPO, and HMO.
And what is the state actives?
State actives is 27,038.
So with the small, Tom Verducci, so for the smaller representation of the retirees, it doesn't seem like in terms of a dollar amount that much more money is actually going back to the actives. So if we make an HSA across the board contribution, I just would feel better that if it went back proportionately to the whole group. It's my personal thoughts. There's 10 of us here, so I'm one of 10.
So Michelle Kelly here. I guess, conceptually, I don't, I feel like we're nitpicking, but I guess I come back to when we price the plan, we price it for participation in certain, people sign up for certain conditions of carriage, if you will. And right now what we're talking about is money that basically wasn't spent by people in 3 programs. So the self-funded programs, right? And further, Executive Officer Rich is saying that those savings weren't generated by retirees. They were generated by active employees in the self-funded plans. And I think Kerry said that there's 3,100 people enrolled in the HMO in the South that didn't contribute toward the 9 million of savings. And, it's 3,100 people. So whatever the board decides is going to be the right decision. But I guess it comes back to when we're pricing these plans, if we're consistently not pricing them correctly, and then we're giving the excess back to all employees, there's one group that loses every time, and it seems to be the consumer-driven health plan, high deductible plan, because they're the ones who are not using the plan, and eventually they will need to use the plan. So contributions to the HSA or the HRA for those folk are hugely beneficial because they need to satisfy the deductible before any benefit is paid once it becomes due. So, as I say, I don't think there's a wrong answer here. We're talking about giving back. So that's a nice conversation to have. For me, there's fairness involved in it, right? And I link it back to the discussions we're going to have again in March, but we had last March about how we're pricing the plan.
So Laura Rich, for the record, this may be somewhat off topic, but I think it's important for the board to understand when we talk about pricing the plans correctly. One of the components to pricing the plan is we use the Siegel team to every biennium as part of our budget building. We look at many, many different variables and components, but one of the most important is trend. So that is trend and experience. That's the cost of healthcare. It is how often people are utilizing that healthcare. So those two things are very, very important when we price the plan. And that is every 2 years when we're budget building, we use the actuaries to price the plan using those actuarial numbers for the next 2 years. What has happened in the past is that historically, when PEB submits that budget, we use, in this case, for example, we used a trend of 5% for medical, 8% for RX, and then I can't remember what the dental, 3% for dental. That is what we're thinking is going to be the trend over the next year. And so when we submit our budget, the subsidy is based on that. When the budget is then reviewed through the governor's recommended budget process. Historically, and this has not just been the case in the last biennium, but every biennium that I can remember, what has happened is that those actuarially, provided trends, recommended trends, have been adjusted. When our budget makes it into the governor's recommended budget, that's adjusted. So that 5.83% might go to 3.62% or something like that. So right there, the pricing of our plan is right. We don't have control over that. That's what the state has done in the past is applied the same to PEB, to corrections, to Medicaid. I have tried to make the argument that PEB is not the same as Medicaid. Medicaid has fixed reimbursement rates. We're subject to market conditions. And so Whether that argument is going to stand up this time around, I don't know. Remember, we have a new administration coming in with a new budget, and so those conversations still need to happen. But when we price the plan, that's a major component to why it is not priced, correctly. Another piece is most of that price, the overall rate, is being paid for not by employees, but by state agencies. And so the state agencies are picking up a major portion of that cost. And so really, state agencies are driving most of the, if you want to make that argument, state agencies are driving most of the savings because they're the ones that are paying, into that overall rate. So it gets very complicated is really what it comes down to.
This is Laura Freed. I'm glad you brought up inflation because, so we have $9.5 million to spend, if you will. I'm a little worried about spending all $9.5 million. If we end up with some scenario that the governor's recommended budget instead of 5.8 and 3 ends up 3.3 and 3. And then sometime around mid-2024, when people, hit their deductibles and hit their out-of-pocket max, and then the cost of claims shifts to the plan, we may or may not have money to cover that in terms of excess cash generated. I mean, maybe we will, now that we're in the second half of 23, generate a few more $1 million in excess cash that could be put toward offsetting claims costs. But that is, I was like, personally, I just want to say this, I can spend, $8.2 million, but I don't feel great about spending all 9.5 because that doesn't give us any cushion. And from a pure mechanic standpoint, it doesn't give Carrie Eaton anything to balance the budget at the end of the session. And having done it before, I know what a bear it is when you can't wash everything through reserve. So that's my pitch on that. But I agree with you, Member Kelly. I mean, we're giving money back to participants. My inclination is to give most of it back to the state actives, both as a Band-Aid that PEB can offer to state employees who are in a pretty bad place right now. They're in bad headspace, and because fiscally they generated most of it.
Janelle Woodward for the record. And I agree with what you're saying, but I'm going to give you the other side of that, because people who are on the EPO or, so maybe that's, they're going to be at a deficit, but we're lumping a whole group of people together. Same with the other. So everybody who had an EPO didn't spend a whole bunch of money on it. There's a whole lot of people who have the HMO or the EPO who haven't had things done because they can't afford the copays or I hear that constantly. I know that for myself. So it really is anybody who didn't spend a lot in their healthcare costs generated that money that's available. So I think it's not, even though you're clearly going to have more people spend more and some spend way less in any given group. There's going to be everybody who's giving into that excess, I think. Just a thought.
Okay.
Tom Verducci for the record. So do we know what percentage of the HSA money that's given to participants is actually spent? I mean, some of it does come back to to the program or the HRA money?
HRA, I think you
The
mean HRA, which
yes.
is, yeah, that comes back. HSA money just goes to the
Correct,
participant.
yes. HRA is what I was intending to say.
So HRA for Medicare retirees does, we do cap it. And so anything above that cap every year comes back to the plan. But for HRA for actives, that remains with them until they terminate. So once they terminate, that does come back to the plan, but an HSA is yours forever. And so whether you leave state employment and leave PEB, that HSA remains with you. And so there's people that contribute to that HSA. There's tax advantages and so on and so forth. And so there are people who contribute to the HSA and leave state service with thousands of dollars in their HSA fund. So, but generally, the HRA, you cannot contribute to it, and it does come back to the plan once you terminate.
So if we were to make, 10.9 here, say we're making HRA contributions and we spend X dollar amount, not necessarily X dollar amount is going to be spent, because there's going to be some of those funds that actually end up not being used and they get forfeited. And they come back to the state. Is that correct?
That is true. However, that would be, we would want to budget for 100% unless, and Richard, feel free to chime in here, but we would want to budget for 100% unless we would put a time limit. So for example, you have 1 year to use this. The problem is that with an HSA, I don't think you can do that. And so that HSA money is theirs to keep. So you would likely want to budget for, if not 100%, pretty close to 100%, because you're going to have to assume that people that receive that HRA are terminating. And so it's probably safer to budget for closer to the 100% than, or maybe even 90, or, something along those lines, rather than, 50% or lower.
And this is Richard Ward. So yes, usually with HRAs where there's not a limit to the accrual, it only reverts back at termination. We usually see 80 to 90% utilized, especially if the terminations are voluntary. Employees will utilize it before they leave service or leave employment. And with lower allocations, we see a higher percentage of utilization. It's just easier to use $200 than it is $1,000. And Executive Officer Rich is correct about the HSA. It's cash. So there's no control over how it is used after it's been provided.
So a spend down of say $9 million might not necessarily mean spending the full 9 million, because some money will be reverting back in to the plan.
That is correct. I'm not disputing that.
Okay.
But it would be a small margin.
Got it. Okay.
Especially, this is Laura Fried, especially if most of the participants are on HSAs, that money's just gone. Too good place. Okay. Well, gosh, I don't, I know. Well, guys, I just don't know what to do here. So let me ask a question. Maybe I've already asked it, but this is actually for Carrie Eaton. So if, having had the new information from HSA Bank, that if we did HSAs and for people with HSAs and HRAs for people with HRAs, does that change the estimates here on page 34 very much? No. Okay. All right.
No, it would still be the same amount.
Okay. Okay.
I just have a follow-up then, based on the pricing on page 39. It looks like for these, you've actually built in administrative costs, but if we're using people's pre-existing HSA, there wouldn't be an additional cost, right? That would already be, because I'm just seeing premium credits, there was 3,700 to 9,300. One-time HRA was 3.1 million versus 9.3. So I'm just wondering, is that different of 600,000 administrative costs, or what was that?
The only one with the administrative cost was the lifestyle spending account, which had a 75-cent PMPM. The HSA does not have an additional administrative fee at all. It's just the one-time credit to the participant.
I guess I'm just wondering why premium credits, there was a plan year cost started at 3.7 million versus a one-time HRA started at 3.1 million. You see what I'm saying?
This is Richard Ward. That's because the two benefit amounts are different at the lower end.
Oh, okay.
So for the premium credits, we were modeling $10, $15, and $25. So $10 a month is $120. And that's different than the $100 for the HRA.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
So board members, I'm getting the sense that people are fairly comfortable with sort of refunds to HSAs and HRAs. What I don't quite know is everybody comfortable with actives and non-Medicare retirees, just actives? And how does that affect the dollar level for plan year 24?
This is Leslie Biddleston. I really support just the actives only because I agree that it's a Band-Aid. And I also agree that they were the ones that contributed mostly to it. I don't know if that affects the dollar amount. I would really like to support retirees, but in where we are today, I think that we need to focus on actives.
Tom Verducci for the record. I remember driving around this beautiful state of Nevada, signing up employees in their deferred comp plan in 1987. And I look at some of these retirees that retired in the 90s and what their salary base was. And a lot of them retired with 30 years service, making $24,000. And the reason I'm pushing for that group is I know that's the struggling group right now. An extra $50 a month might mean them traveling to go see their family, but they retired on a really low salary level years and years back. And I just have some empathy for that group. And as I mentioned, I'm one of 10. I'm going to, go along with what gets voted for, but I am going to fight for the group. So that's my 2 cents there.
So Laura Rich for the record. I don't have any data to support this, but I would assume that the non-Medicare retirees are those who, like Miss Eaton, who will retire well before she's 50. And so they're retiring because they can, not because they have to. Otherwise, they would be working until 65 and would likely, wait until that Medicare coverage takes place. So a lot of these non-Medicare retirees are those people who, started with the state early and are retiring early, and they're retiring, at an early age because they can't afford to retire.
I think the other thing I would say about retirees is PERS guarantees a COLA, and the state doesn't guarantee that for actives and hasn't. We've all recently been through, as actives, no COLA, 1% COLA, whereas retirees get them on schedule every 3 years. And it's at least 3%.
Yes, and if you look at the Social Security increase in wages and 27% of vacancy rates, employees are very much due for a raise, and we have a booming economy in terms of tourism. I think I heard that on the radio driving to this meeting. A booming economy with tourism. So let's make working for the state a booming job again. And they need a raise, and we're doing what we can to restore benefits, but that's my voice just rambling on here, so I'll discontinue.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Verducci. That's all salient stuff.
This is Leslie Biddleston. I agree with you, but I will make a motion.
Okay.
I move that we select the HSA/HRA option for active employees. It is currently at $300 at the maximum, but I allow staff to look at that as well, up to $325 or $350, somewhere between $350 and $300 for active employees.
And that's doable for PEB fiscal. All right. Okay. Do I have a second for the motion?
April Carn, I'll second that motion.
All right. All right. This has been moved and seconded for plan year 2024 to provide an HSA/HRA credit of somewhere between $300 and $350, depending on excess cash and PEB fiscal staff's magic, to active employees. The question from PEB staff is when?
Yes.
And no, what? I would have assumed July 1st, but
The HSA component somewhat muddies that a little bit. I would say, I would recommend July 1st.
July 1st.
Yeah.
Okay, not just first pay cycle of plan year 24. I like to make things complicated. Let's go there.
This is Leslie Biddleston. I add to my motion July 1st.
Okay. All right. Does everyone understand the motion?
Yes.
All right. Discussion. All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. With that, we will move on to contracts, our standing contracts, agenda item 11. And I will turn it over to Ms. Eaton.
Thank you, Carrie Eaton, for the record. I will just move on to 11.2.1. PEB is requesting a contract with a former employee, Nancy Spinelli, through the use of Manpower Temporary Services. The request is made in accordance with the state administrative manual because Ms. Spinelli was employed by the state of Nevada within the past 2 years. Ms. Spinelli was previously the quality control officer for PEB and worked at PEB for nearly 20 years. Through this contract, Ms. Spinelli would work with our current quality control officer to assist with various compliance related projects that will be required as part of the compliance audit that you all just heard today. She will also assist PEB staff with legislative analysis and assessments throughout the upcoming legislative session. PEB is recommending that the board authorize staff to request to contract with Ms. Spinelli. If authorized, the contract will be scheduled for approval at the December 13th Board of Examiners meeting for a January 1st start date.
Okay, questions?
Is there a dollar, Tom Verducci for the record, is there a dollar amount associated with this contract?
Laura Rich for the record. So when this request will be at BOE next week, I believe. When we submitted this request, there was an estimate as to how many hours versus, the wage. there wasn't a dollar amount. There was just an approximation of hours that was requested to the Board of Examiners in that contract. But I would expect I would expect that the hours to be about 25 on average, 25 a week on average. As you can see, there's a lot that needs to happen in the next year. And this contract is actually through the calendar year of 2023.
And does this have to go through the Board of Examiners as well? So it would be my opinion that we'd have some dollar amount associated with this in terms of a cap. Or, something to consider. Usually when we've seen these types of items come through, they usually have some kind of contracted dollar amount or cap, just so we don't overspend if we ended up running into more RFPs than anticipated.
This is Carrie Eaton for the record again. I did find the documentation that was put together, and it looks like the manpower hourly rate for her would be $52 an hour with an average of 25 hours per week. So I don't think they like to limit the hours, but that is our approximate what we expect.
Michelle Kelly here. Why is she coming through Manpower? Why are we paying such huge markup when you could have contracted directly with her as a temporary employee, right?
Yeah. So Laura Rich, for the record, doing that affects PERS.
Oh, so this way she's not subject to the
right
PERS maximum earnings? Oh, wow. So we're actually facilitating PERS avoidance?
This is Laura Freed. If she went directly back to work as Nancy Spinelli for PEB, she would then cease drawing PERS contributions. Correct me if I'm wrong, she's drawing PERS right now. Okay, so she would go back into active status, contribute to PERS and not draw it. But since she's only making about $1,300 a week extra over and above her pension, this is a way to ensure that the agency, this is the way the Board of Examiners ensures that the agency needs the help of a subject matter expert if you're going to continue to draw PERS, and the state will pay the manpower fee on top of your wage.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to add to that, this is sorry. Just to add to that, this is not unique. The state does this across the board. I know that just in the governor's finance office and the legislature right now, there's been a lot of retirements. And so retaining that subject matter expertise, especially during budget building and during legislative session, is very important. And so this is something that is done to bring back those retired employees in order to retain that subject matter expert and to have the help that they may not have.
Other questions?
Janelle Woodward for the record. We were just discussing, did we skip, this goes back to the previous number 10, but did we skip the dental, or did we decide that dental was not going to be included? Or because I marked all that was included in the motion of the recommendations. So I just wanted to, on just the increase. Sorry.
Carrie, do we have additional funding for that one though? Is that if we spend the 350, how much do we have left?
Okay. This is Laura Freed. Well, first I want to ask the DAG, can we reopen agenda item 10 to deal with it? If not, we'll have to bring it back in next month. Fortunately, we don't.
Was that a question for me?
It is a question for you, Ms. Connell.
Can you repeat that, please?
I'm sorry, we can't hear you very well.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes, the question is, Member Woodward is absolutely right. In motion number 1, we approved Real Appeal, Hinge Health, enhanced travel benefits, and oncology concierge. In motion number 2, we approved a one-time refund of HSA and HRA monies, and we totally skipped the dental plan maximum. And that's on me. Did we just, okay. I thought we just decided just doctor on demand was a no, but okay. Anyway, so the question for the Attorney General's office is this: can we reopen agenda item 10, or does it have to be brought back to next month's meeting?
You should be able to reopen it by a motion.
Okay.
If
Board
somebody
members,
from
would
the
you like to
membership,
discuss
yeah,
dental?
if if a board member can put in a motion to reopen it.
Okay. Okay.
This is Leslie Biddleston. Can we deal with 11 first? I can move to approve the contract as submitted by PEB board. And once that is done, can we go back to item number 10?
Sounds great. Do I have a second for that motion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. So with that, the one contract under consideration under agenda item 11 is approved, and we will reopen number 10 to deal with the.
Chair Freed, can I just interrupt?
Yeah, sure.
I
You
do
wanna
want
run the meeting. I give up.
I do want to add just some context onto 11.5 before we close this agenda item.
I thought that was okay.
There's nothing on here, but I do want to just verbally provide some input on, the enrollment and eligibility system. We have had our consultants come in and deep dive into provide some the requirements gathering. So we should be receiving that shortly. I anticipate bringing this back to the January board meeting as we have further conversations with the Office of Project Management and how our paths are going to intertwine and what kind of options we have moving forward after we have this requirements gathering, really we have an understanding. And so I just wanted to provide that to the board that there may be some extra considerations on this RFP moving forward, but a lot of the different movements of state government are, taking place and may intertwine with PEB. So just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay, with that, I think we're back on item 10 just to talk about dental plan maximums. Member Woodward, since you brought it up, since you cleverly caught it, what are your thoughts?
I would like this, Janelle Woodward, for the record, I would like to make a motion that we add the dental increased ABL. What else do I need to add to that?
Okay.
Dollar amount between 600,000 and 750,000.
No, I mean, moving it from 1,500 to.
Oh, 1,500. I'm sorry. Should I say that again? Janelle Woodward, I make a motion to increase the ABL on the dental from 1,500 to 2,000.
Okay. And there is a fiscal impact on that. PEB staff, correct me if I'm wrong. So the plan year 24 cost is somewhere between $600,000 and $750,000. Is that assuming the $2,000 level?
the $2,000 level, let me pull up the report, is 750. Is that, yeah, 750. And then the 1750 is 600,000.
It was on the next page.
Yeah.
Super. I'm doing great.
And this is Leslie. I will second the motion.
Okay, so if we have flexibility on the previous motion about HSA and HRA between 300 and 350, and we're spending 750 for a $2,000 dental max, that is workable. Okay, PEB Fiscal's nodding at me, so that's a yes. Okay, great. Any discussion on the motion?
I guess Michelle Kelly for the
Yeah.
record. This is one item that we're actually putting back into the core benefits program. And so I just want to make sure everyone's comfortable with maintaining that $2,000 dental maximum, right? We can't introduce it one year and then take it the next year. And so that will be, I mean, that's a plan design decision we're making today that really probably should be done in March when we know what the next year looks like is, right? I'm sorry, I'm looking at Executive Officer Rich.
Laura Rich, for the record, we priced the plan in March based on the that's why we're discussing it today, is because we have to understand what we are pricing in March. And so the plan design, we need to have an understanding of what that plan design is so that we're able to price it in March. Now, we know Siegel has done the analysis. We're looking at about $750,000 as the projection to raise that to $2,000. To maintain that, I would say we're relatively safe. It's a relatively low dollar amount in the grand scheme of things to say that we can continue it. But obviously there's, our budget, the economic situation of the state, everything is, next time that there's a recession, 2 years from now, we can be in the situation where we're being asked to figure out ways to cut costs. And that may be one of the ways to cut costs. So, it's hard to say, but I think knowing that consistency has been reported, and that's something good that came out of the survey. People want consistency. They're tired of the up and down, and it's difficult to follow. Well, what does PEP cover this year versus what does it cover next year? And so I think that it's a relatively small dollar amount that we can prioritize to keep consistent.
Okay. We have to vote on the motion on the table, on the floor. So all those in favor of increasing the dental maximum to $2,000 from $1,500, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, hopefully we're on an agenda item I can't screw up too bad. Public comment. That I will turn it over to PEP staff.
One moment, Madam Chair. As a reminder, Zoom is used for public comment only. This meeting is streaming live on YouTube. If you just wish to listen to the PEB board meeting, the YouTube link is located on the agenda. For those who have joined for public comment, your name or last 4 digits of the phone number will be announced, and you will be advised you've been unmuted. As a reminder for those on the phone, please press *6 to unmute. Please slowly state and spell your name for the record and proceed with your comments. Due to time considerations, each caller will be limited to 3 minutes. Kent Urban, you have permission to speak. Please unmute your mic if you wish to make public comment, and please slowly spell and state your name. Again, Durbin, do you wish to make public comment? Bowie Hogg, you have permission to speak. Please unmute your mic if you wish to make public comment and spell and state your name for the record. Madam Chair, we only have a couple public comment in the lobby, but do you want me to wait around for another minute or so?
Yeah, why don't we hold for a few seconds here?
Sounds good. Thank you.
PEB staff have our public commenters been able to reach us?
Yes, they have, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's see if we can.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comment.
Okay, with that, public comment is ended. We are at the end of our business. Thank you, everyone, for your work today, for your indulgence of me. We are adjourned. It is 2:22. Thank you.